Chapter 775. Ron took the right passage. It was a small, winding path. He walked forward with great difficulty. Every step he took tugged at the wounds on his body, causing them to throb with pain. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The passage ahead became narrower and narrower. He could no longer see the path ahead. The light in the cave also became dimmer. This passage shouldn't be it, right? Ron began to have doubts. He shuffled forward. Just as he was about to give up, a glaring light appeared in front of him. Ron looked at the tip of his finger. He was delighted. He saw a constantly spinning black vortex quietly floating above his head. Finally, I found it. This is the spatial passage to the 17th level. Ron heaved a sigh of relief, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Just as he was about to take a step in, he abruptly withdrew his footsteps. No, I still have to bring Klein and the rest in, he thought. He glanced at the black passage and slowly retreated. He went back the way he came. About an hour later, Ron finally returned to his original location. Freyja was already back. She was standing beside Clay, talking about something with an anxious look on her face. Ron looked around, but didn't see Pamir. He didn't know where he had gone. Ron, Frigga called out in surprise when she saw Ron. Frigga, did you find anything? Ron asked before Frigga could speak. Nothing. Frigga shook her head. That's a dead end. We reached the end halfway. Ron, what about you? That's it. Ron slapped his thigh happily. The path to the 17th level is at the right passage. I found a spatial passage there. That's great. Frigga jumped in surprise. Then let's go. We've already left the Noah continent for a long time. Ron nodded excitedly. He then looked behind him. What about Pamir? At this time, Klein, who had been silent all this time, came up and looked at Ron. After a moment of hesitation, a trace of sorrow appeared on his face as he said, Ron, I have bad news for you. What is it? Ron's smile suddenly stiffened, and a trace of unease flashed through his heart. Pamir is dead. What? Hearing this, Ron's mind exploded with a buzz sound, and then it became blank. He suddenly rushed up and grabbed Klein's collar and shouted, What did you say? Say it again. Staring into Ron's eyes, Klein felt a chill run through his body. He expected Ron to have some reaction, but he didn't expect his reaction to be so big. Klein's mouth moved. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Ron looked past Klein and saw Pamir's wheelchair. Pamir was sitting in the wheelchair with his back facing him. Pamir! Ron cried out in alarm. He no longer cared about Klein and rushed up. He rushed to Pamir's side to take a look, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He saw Pamir's body sitting quietly in the wheelchair. His neck was tilted to one side, and his pale face was filled with horror. His eyes were wide open, and he had been dead for a long time. How could this be? Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he be dead? Impossible. He's only a sacred domain expert. Who killed him? With a swoosh, Ron suddenly turned his head and glared at Klein with murderous eyes. He pointed at Pamir and shouted, Let's go. Klein, what the F***CK is going on? Weren't you looking at him? Why is he dead? Ron, calm down. Being impulsive won't solve anything. Frigga tugged at Ron's sleeve. At this moment, she was also feeling very uncomfortable. Being stared at by Ron's bloodshot eyes, Klein felt a chill in his heart. He suppressed his nervousness and pretended to be sorrowful. I'm sorry, Ron. This is all my fault. If I hadn't gone to find a water source and stayed with Pamir, perhaps this tragedy wouldn't have happened. Hearing this, Ron finally understood. When he and Frigga were gone, Klein had left Pamir to find a water source, leaving him alone. With Pamir's weak, sacred domain strength and his injured body, he couldn't have withstood any attack. Ron took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He looked at Pamir's corpse and shook his head helplessly. He looked around, and his eyes flashed with a bright light as he gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry. Who did this? To be honest, Ron had suspected that Klein was the culprit. After all, he was the only one with Pamir at the time. However, he quickly overturned this conclusion. Firstly, Klein had no motive to kill Pamir. Secondly, the wound on Pamir's body was a sword wound on his chest. It was obvious that the person who killed Pamir was an expert swordsman who used the simplest and most direct method to kill him. I don't know. Klein shook his head. Facing Ron's murderous gaze, he hesitated. But we can make a bold conjecture. If I'm not wrong, the person who killed Pamir should be one of the ancient guards guarding Bartlow's prison. Only they would kill indiscriminately. Invaders like us. Ancient guards. Ron slowly calmed down. He turned his head and looked at Pamir's corpse quietly, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Ron suddenly made a decision. He reached out and slowly closed Pamir's eyes. Then he picked up Pamir's corpse and slowly placed it on the ground. "Ron, what are you doing?" Frigga could not help but ask as she watched Ron's actions. "I want to take him away. Leave this eerie and terrifying place." Ron's eyes were slightly red. He tidied up Pamir's tattered goblin military uniform and slowly picked up his corpse, stuffing it into his dimensional pocket. "I believe that Pamir. He doesn't like to be alone here. If I have the chance to go to the main plane, to the Goblin Empire, I will definitely bring Pamir's corpse back. Go home." This has always been Pamir's greatest wish. Ron took a deep breath and slowly wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes. They were already on the 17th level and were about to enter the teleportation portal. At this moment, Ron's most important companion, Pamir, who had once saved his life, had left just like that. He could not accept this at all. Ron's mood was a little low at this moment. At that moment, Klein fell silent. At that moment, he, who had the title of having a heart of stone, would do anything to achieve his goals, felt a slight stir in his heart. He felt a little guilty toward Ron. "What am I doing?" Klein was shocked and immediately shook his head, as if he wanted to throw away the thoughts in his mind that he should not be having. To be honest, Ron did not want to blame Klein. He only hated himself for not bringing Pamir with him. Wasn't it just a scout ahead? It would have been better even if they walked slower. At this moment, Ron wanted to beat himself to death. Let's go. Chapter 776. There was one less person in the group, so the atmosphere was a bit gloomy. Ron walked in front without saying a word. After passing through the passage on the right, Ron's group entered the black whirlpool that led to the 17th floor of Bartlow's prison. As soon as they stepped in, a bright light flashed before their eyes, and they entered another world. At this time, Ron only felt a blur in front of his eyes. With a bang, he felt that he had bumped into someone. Who is it? A cold shout interrupted Ron's thoughts. At this time, Ron's heart trembled. He felt that his aura had been locked onto by several ill-intentioned spiritual senses. R.A. Firth, Hao Qin, why is it you guys? There were more than 3,000 people standing in front of Ron. It was a densely packed group of people. Seeing Ron and the others suddenly appear, many gazes locked onto Ron with a whoosh sound. These people's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Some of them were already clenching their weapons. It's not an ancient guard. It was unknown who said this in the crowd, but everyone was relieved. However, some people still looked at Ron's group of vigilance. "Ron, why is it you?" At this time, Ron heard a familiar voice. He opened his eyes and was stunned. "R.A. Firth, Hao Qin, Undine," Ron cheered. In the crowd, he saw several powerhouses from his hometown. Dark Dragon R.A. Firth, Beaumont, Hao Qin, and Life High Priestess Undine. Seeing Ron, R.A. Firth and the others were surprised and happy. They squeezed through the crowd and went straight to him. "Ron, why are you here?" Undine's eyes were filled with tears as she asked in a low voice. She had once thought that Ron was dead. "Grandma Undine, we came here from the 16th floor. What about you?" Ron said, "We also just came from a 16th floor, but why didn't we see you?" Firth looked at his proud grandson with a kind expression. "So it looks like there's more than one entrance to the 16th floor. A voice came from behind Ron. It was Klein stepping on a circle of light as he walked out, followed by Frigga. "Sir Chairman." Firth, Hao Qin, and Undine all saluted. Frigga blushed. "This isn't the Noah continent. Don't call me Mr. Speaker." She stole a glance at Ron. "Our captain now is Ron." Klein had been quietly standing to the side, but when he heard the words Noah continent, his eyes unconsciously revealed a trace of light. "Let's not talk about this." Ron hurriedly waved his hand. All right, how did you escape here? Firth said, we escaped from the bottom of the river. At that time, we were fighting fiercely with the ancient guards. I was heavily injured and fell into the river. I didn't expect there to be an exit at the bottom of the river. I kept swimming and finally escaped. The bottom of the river? Hearing this, Ron understood. He patted his head. In that chaotic situation, wasn't the bottom of the river the safest place? At that time, who would have cared about killing the enemies at the bottom of the river? All right, what about Luo and Babu? Ron looked at the crowd, but didn't see any trace of Luo or Babu. Speaking of this, Firth's expression darkened. He exchanged a glance with Hao-Chin and Undine. They died in that battle. That green-clothed man who used the god of life was too powerful. They died in that calamitous magic on the spot. So that's how it was. Ron helplessly sighed. Noah Continent didn't have many God Realm experts to begin with. Apart from Luo and Babu, there were even fewer God Realm experts left. Undine looked at Ron and frowned. Ron, you're injured? Ron nodded. I'll heal you, Undine said. I'll have to trouble you, Grandma. Ron said softly. Undine smiled. Silly child, there's no need to thank me. You're just like a grandson to me. Saying this, she immediately used her healing technique. Life transmission. Undine stretched out her hand, and a huge amount of life force was transmitted. A green radiance twined around Ron's body, and then transmitted to Frigga and Klein. Ron only felt a warm sensation. The wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The same went for Frigga and Klein. It's a pity that Pamir went. If not for his leg. Thinking of Pamir, Ron regretfully shook his head. He did his best to absorb Undine's life force, and soon he was completely healed. It's done. Undine opened her eyes and stopped the life transmission. Thank you, Grandma. At this moment, Ron's injuries were completely healed. His whole body felt warm and comfortable. At this time, a thunderous voice came from the crowd. You lot, why are you all dragging your feet here? Why aren't you leaving? Ron composed himself and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw that the speaker was an abnormally tall, bald man close to 2 meters tall. The muscles all over his body bulged, and his face was ferocious. He didn't seem to be a kind person. For some reason, Ron's heart trembled when he was stared at by the other party. This person gave Ron a feeling of extreme danger. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on his heart. The bald man sensed that Ron was looking at him, and his eyes widened. What? Why aren't you leaving? If you don't hurry to the planar transmission point, are you going to stay here? The bald man's words were extremely arrogant, and he looked like he was going to start a fight. His condescending tone made Ron and the other two feel very uncomfortable. Ron's face darkened. He was about to flare up when Firth suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Sorry, Lord Mike. We'll leave immediately. Firth immediately took over, and at the same time urged Ron and the other two to leave quickly. Ron and the other two looked at each other. There was helplessness in their eyes. They could only accept the arrangement and quickly followed. The 17th floor of Bartlow's prison was a huge dungeon-like place. There were hard stone walls on both sides. It was winding and narrow, and only one person could pass through at a time. Their team of 3,000 people majestically walked through the half-lit and half-dark dungeon. From time to time, 1 or 2 wall lamps with blue flames would flash, adding a gloomy atmosphere to the dungeon. On the way, Ron quietly asked Undine, "Who is this guy?" Undine was silent for a moment. "I don't know. I only know that he's called Mike. He's the captain of our adventurers. We met him not long after we broke out. This guy is extremely ferocious and overbearing. He is temperamental, and his strength is unfathomable. His desire to dominate is extremely strong. Our team originally had a captain, but he was killed by him as easily as blowing off dust. In the end, under the awe of his powerful strength, he became our captain." After saying that, Undine secretly glanced at the guy in front of them. She lowered her voice and whispered, "Ron, you'd better not provoke this person. Don't ever offend him. This guy's strength is so strong that I'm afraid that all of us together won't be a match for him." "I see." After hearing that, Ron suddenly understood. Even without Undine's words, he knew that the other party's terrifying strength was at least an existence that he couldn't provoke. At this time, the figure of the warden in green appeared in his mind. He didn't know if this Mike or that warden was stronger. "Hurry up. Don't dawdle. If you delay my return home, you'll see. If it weren't for you dregs, I would have reached the teleportation point long ago. Hurry up and follow me." Bald Mike's roar came from the front. He moved forward, scolding the team all the way. He was like a supervisor, and the adventurers were slaves. Chapter 777. The extreme ice field was located in the northernmost part of the Noah continent. Cold winds howled, and snow swirled in the air. The cold ground was covered by a thick layer of snow all year round, and the white snow stretched as far as the eye could see. This was basically a barren land. Even ordinary mercenaries would not dare to set foot here. Other than the worst natural environment, there were also powerful strange beasts. The strange beasts here were different from the strange beasts in other places. They had lived in the extreme ice field for a long time, and the color of their fur had already blended in with the snow, making them extremely hard to find. Perhaps one moment it was just a pile of snow, but the next moment it could turn into a deadly and ferocious strange beast. The extreme ice field was a daunting place. But today, on the undulating snowy hills of the extreme ice field, there were two small figures. They were two youths, a boy and a girl. No, to be more precise, there were two children. The girl was about 13 or 14 years old, and the boy was even younger, about 7 or 8 years old. But the boy's body developed very early. He was a few years younger than the girl, but he was already taller than the girl, although it was only by a little. The girl was wearing a thick black robe, with a pure white fox fur collar on her chest. She looked very noble, but the white skull ornament on her back made her look even more demonic. The boy was wearing a knight's heavy armor that did not match his body. His whole body was covered in steel, and his childish face showed a trace of determination. The boy held the girl's hand, and the two of them faced the cold wind as they slowly walked on the vast land. Every step was extremely difficult. Below their waist, they had almost sunk into the snow. Their small feet had long been soaked in the snow, and the cold air had seeped into their bones. Even so, the two children still worked hard to move forward. Facing the difficulties and unknown dangers ahead, they did not even frown. The two children finally found a place with their back facing the wind. Without waiting for the girl to speak, the boy had already sat down. "I'm not going, no matter what you say. I'm not going. I'm so tired." "What?" Hearing this, the girl's almond eyes widened, and she immediately rejected the boy's suggestion. "No, we've already walked this far, and there's only a day left before we reach our destination. How can you beat a retreat at this time?" Hearing this, the boy complained, "My great aunt, why don't you look at what I'm wearing? It's a knight's heavy armor. Although it's a small size, it's still more than 100 pounds. Let's not talk about this place, even if I wear it at home. Look at you, white fox fur and deerskin boots. Light and warm. I don't even know if you're here for a vacation." The boy's eyes were filled with envy as he looked at the girl's elegant and simple attire. Then, he looked at the knight's heavy armor that looked very mighty, but was abnormally heavy. He had the urge to bang his head against the wall and die. In the extreme icy plains, where danger lurked everywhere, he did not dare to take off his equipment. Who knew when he would need to prepare for battle? Of the world. The girl was so angry that she picked up the staff in her hand and fiercely knocked on the boy's hard helmet, making a crisp sound. "What are you complaining about?" When the boy heard this, he wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Who said that I chose the Death Knight class? It's all my mother's idea. I don't know where she got the wrong line, but she doesn't like mages. She only likes warriors. Moreover, it's the knight with the heaviest armor among warriors. She's simply asking for my life." The girl said softly. Her face showed a thoughtful expression. "Aunt Cadena does have a deep knight complex. I heard that when she was young, she liked dragon knights very much. Although you're not my opponent, the Death Knight is not that bad. Look at Aunt Shea. She's very powerful." Shea? When the boy heard this name, He jumped up like a frightened rabbit and looked around with a guilty conscience. This Shea was none other than his mentor. It was said that Aunt Shea and his mother Kadena were as close as sisters, but she would not show any mercy to her son. Every time he trained, she would torture him to death. Every time he came back from Shea, his mother Kadena would be so distressed that she would cry. However, no matter how distressed Kadena was, she did not complain to Aunt Shea. It was only this 7 or 8-year-old boy who looked as if he had seen a ghost when he heard Shea's name. That's right, these two were the children of the young master of the Scourge Church, Ron. One was Ron and Becerra's daughter, Isis. Although she was only 13 or 14 years old, she had a calmness that did not match her age. She was also very powerful. Her mentor was the great elder of the Scourge Church, divine necromancer Homelin. Under Homelin's tutelage, she had already reached the mid-rank of master level at a young age. That's right, master level, a 13 or 14-year-old master level expert. The other 7 or 8-year-old boy was Ron and Kadena's son, Saya. When he was born, Ron had already gone to the Banished Land. He had been immersed in cultivation for 7 or 8 years in the Banished Land, so he had not come back to see Saya even once. He did not even know his name. In Saya's little heart, his father, whom he had never met, was the image of a superhero. He was mysterious, noble, and powerful. If he could, he would rather be like his father and choose to become a necromancer instead of Death Knight. But now, Saya already had the strength of a high-rank warrior. It was too late for him to turn back and cultivate necromancy magic. Looking at Saya's guilty expression, Isis burst into laughter. She gently knocked on Saya's hard helmet. "Idiot, have you forgotten that we've already sneaked out? Even if your Aunt Shea is resourceful, I'm afraid she would not have thought that we were in the Field of Ice, right?" Isis and Saya both snuck out from Undercity. Isis was not someone who could stay idle and would run out whenever she had the chance. Saya, on the other hand, was thinking of ways to escape from Shea's evil clutches. The two hit it off and agreed to run away from home. But it was a pity that they failed every time. They were easily found by Shea and brought back. After being brought back, Isis was fine, but Saya was miserable. Shea would not be lenient when she punished him. Speaking of which, Saya took out a water bag from his waist space bag and drank a mouthful. "Even if we snuck out, why did we run to the Field of Ice, this damn place? There is nothing here. Is it just to hide and not let Aunt Shea find us?" "Of course not." Isis stretched out her index finger and shook it lightly. She smiled mysteriously. "Our purpose in coming to the Field of Ice is for treasure." "Treasure?" Saya jumped up when he heard it. His face was brimming with excitement. "Are you serious?" "Isis, is there really a treasure in the Field of Ice?" As a child who grew up listening to the stories of mercenaries, treasures and treasures were the most attractive things to them. Isis and Saya were no exception. "If we can find the treasure and bring it back, Mom and Aunts will be surprised. They'll be proud of me," Saya thought happily. But he quickly calmed down and tilted his head to think. "But, Isis, how do you know that there are treasures in the Field of Ice?" "Of course I know," Isis said proudly. "I once saw a report on the table in Vivian's office. It was about the Field of Ice. According to the report, although the natural environment of the Field of Ice was bad, with heavy snow all year round and was known as the Field of Death, it wasn't like this during summer and autumn. At that time, the Field of Ice was much more peaceful than it is now. There were even some plants that grew tenaciously in the cold Field of Ice. But 10 years ago, the Field of Ice changed." Isis paused and looked at the sky. Her pretty face flashed with a touch of seriousness. "Since then, the sky has been gloomy like it is now. The sun can no longer shine on the earth. Snow the size of goose feathers floats in the Field of Ice all year round. There are no more summer and autumn. The temperature has dropped by dozens of degrees. The vegetation on the Field of Ice has been frozen to death. Even the exotic beasts living here can't stand the extreme climate of the Field of Ice and have started to flee." Then, "Isis, what does this mean?" Saya was a smart child. When he heard this, his eyes began to shine. "There must be a reason for the climate change in the Field of Ice." Isis said seriously. I believe that there must be something more on the field of ice. Isis paused and looked at Saya. She smiled and said, if I'm not wrong, there must be something emitting a strong ice element aura here. For example, a sacred weapon. No, a sacred weapon doesn't have such a strong power. I'm afraid it must be the legendary divine weapon. Divine weapon? When Saya heard this, he jumped up. His eyes widened, and he grabbed Isis's hand. Then what are we waiting for? Why aren't we leaving? If we're late, the divine weapon will be taken away by others. Tisk, why are you in such a hurry? Isis broke free from Saya's hand and said casually, this divine weapon can't be taken away by anyone. You also know that the field of ice is such a godforsaken place. Who would come here? Don't worry, the divine weapon will definitely belong to us. The two children didn't know what caused the climate change in the field of ice. In their intuition, they thought that it was the divine weapon that crossed through space and landed on the Noah continent. In the Noah continent, the appearance of a divine weapon only existed in legends. No one had it. No one had even seen a real divine weapon. The appearance of a divine weapon was enough to cause the entire continent to go crazy. The two children, one 14 and the other 7, carried firm beliefs as they walked step by step into the depths of the field of ice, leaving a series of deep footprints. Chapter 778. In the depths of the extreme icy plains, at the top of a glacier that was as sharp as a sword, stood an old man. This old man's entire body was wrapped tightly in a black robe, only revealing his face. His two small black eyes were narrowed into slits, coldly sizing up everything in front of him. In front of him was a huge natural pit that was at least several hundred meters wide. The pit was pitch black, and one couldn't see the bottom. Just as I expected, the black-robed old man looked at the bottomless pit with a faint smile on his face. The extreme ice ground is indeed the best place to breed exotic beasts. The eggs I placed here more than 10 years ago have finally hatched. The extreme ice ground, the extreme fire ground, and the extreme thunder ground. As long as these 3 exotic beasts from the divine realm absorb the power of the 3 extreme lands, and then use it for my own use, my strength will return to its peak. Noah, do you feel it? This formidable power. The black-robed old man slowly raised his head, a bone-deep hatred shooting out from his eyes. The humiliation you brought me, I will definitely repay it 100-fold. As if sensing the black-robed old man's killing intent, a throbbing suddenly came from the depths of the huge pit, as if a wild beast was lurking in the dark. In the darkness, a pair of eyes opened with a swish. Emotionless yet murderous gaze quietly sized up this world. In an instant, a vast and majestic ice energy was released. Isis and Saya held hands as they slowly walked on the absolute ice field. The closer they got to the core of the absolute ice field, the worse the weather became. At this time, the sky had already become gloomy, as if it would collapse at any time. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled in the sky. We were almost there. Saya, give me a hand. Isis panted heavily. Although she was a few years older than Saya, as a necromancer, physical strength wasn't her strong point. She wasn't even as strong as Saya, who was only 8 years old. At this moment, she looked rather miserable. Saya's situation was much better than Isis. Although he wasn't as strong as Isis, under Shea's training, his endurance, physical strength, and willpower were much better than his elder sisters. He stretched out his hand and gently pulled Isis, who was stuck in the snow, up. Isis's physical strength was almost exhausted. She looked at the snowstorm and sighed. Sigh, if only I learned how to summon gargoyles. I wouldn't have to walk so hard by myself. Really? Saya was doubtful of Isis's words. Even a gargoyle can't fly in such a heavy snowstorm. Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow it over? Before Saya could finish his words, Isis knocked his head again. Cut the crap. What's this little ice and snow to the powerful, elegant, and flying gargoyle that I summoned? Why don't you say that the frost WYRM was also blown away? Why are you hitting me again? Although Isis' bone staff didn't hurt when it hit the helmet, it wasn't a good thing to be hit all the time. Who told you to be my little brother? If I don't bully you, who should I bully? Isis pretended to be fierce. Let's go. I can already smell the artifact. After another half an hour, the two exhausted children finally reached the edge of the sinkhole. At this moment, they were as tired as dogs, and their lips had turned purple from the cold. Although they were wearing thick clothes and leather armor, their bodies were still shivering. Seems like it's here. The ice element aura here is extremely dense. Isis looked at the huge sinkhole, her face brimming with excitement. Her long eyelashes trembled nonstop, very much like her mother Basara. Are you sure it's here? Is there a mistake? This time, it was Saya's turn to gasp for breath. Saya had to carry Isis all the way here. He was so tired that he almost collapsed. When did I, your sister, make a mistake? Isis smiled proudly. She stretched out her hand and took out a long rope from her space bag. She looked around and found a place that was sheltered from the wind. Then, she firmly wrapped the rope around a big rock. What? We're still going down? Saya asked with his eyes wide open. Of course. How are we going to find the artifact if we don't go down? Don't tell me it will fly up by itself? Isis said without turning her head. Saya groaned in his heart. Needless to say, Isis would definitely not climb down by herself. She would have to carry him. Sure enough, Isis glanced at Saya and giggled as she leaned over. Saya, good boy. Big sister has no strength. Carry me down, oh my God. Saya covered his eyes. He had no choice but to crouch down and carry Isis on his back. Then he pulled the rope tightly with both hands and slowly slid down. The rope was very sturdy. Even with two people, it was very stable. However, Saya felt his hair stand on end as he looked at the dark crater below and the bone-piercing cold air that kept coming out. Hurry up! Hurry up! Isis kept urging him. She wished she had a pair of wings and could fly down by herself. Don't move. If you move again, I won't be able to hold on tight. A bone-piercing cold wind blew, swaying the two of them left and right. Saya pulled the rope tightly and anxiously shouted. At this moment, a clear cry suddenly came from the bottomless depths of the crater. Saya, did you hear that? What's that sound? Isis's expression changed greatly when she heard that sound. At this moment, she felt a bone-piercing chill. It was a fear that came from the depths of her soul. That's the cry of an exotic beast. Saya's expression also changed. His lips were trembling from fear. At this moment, he finally understood that what was in the depths of the absolute ice field was not a divine artifact, but an exotic beast, a terrifying exotic beast. An exotic beast from the sacred domain. Such a thought flashed through Isis's mind. That's right, an exotic beast from the sacred domain. Only a powerful exotic beast from the sacred domain could cause such a world-shaking pressure. Only a powerful ice-attributed exotic beast from the sacred domain could emit such a powerful icy aura that affected the climate of the entire absolute ice field. Rumble, rumble. A loud rumble came from the depths of the crater. At this moment, Saya saw that his hand that was holding the rope was trembling. A powerful ice-attributed aura came out of the crater, mixed with a sky full of frost erupting from the bottom and the top. Not good. Let's climb up quickly. The fear of death shrouded the two of them. At this moment, Isis was rather regretful. She regretted bringing Saya out without verifying the information and putting him in danger. Although Isis had always bullied Saya, she still doted on this little brother of hers. Saya did not dare to be negligent. He used both his hands and feet to quickly climb up like a gecko. He knew that if they did not leave before that exotic beast appeared, the two of them would undoubtedly die. The power of the frost was getting stronger and stronger. The ground also began to shake. The huge crater seemed to be pulled by something, causing the ice and snow that had accumulated for tens of thousands of years to continuously collapse. Saya, be careful! Isis cried out in alarm. At this moment, a huge snowball came crashing down from above, heavily smashing into Isis. Her body slipped, and her whole body fell down. Isis! Saya's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he shouted. Isis's body fell heavily on the hard ice and fell straight down. Saya did not even think about it. He let go of his hand and directly jumped down. Isis was at a loss. She wanted to grab onto the edge of the cliff, but the edge was hard and slippery ice that had not melted for tens of thousands of years. Her body could not help but fall down. At this critical moment, Saya jumped down and finally grabbed onto Isis's arm. "Well done, Saya." Isis looked up and saw that it was Saya who was pulling her. She immediately beamed with joy. "I knew you're the best." "Isis, you're still in a mood to joke at a time like this?" Saya looked at Isis, whose face was pale with fright, and said grumpily. He stuck one hand into the hard ice while the other held Isis tightly, using his powerful strength to support the weight of both of them. Saya, who was close to collapsing, held onto Isis's arm tightly and slowly pulled her up. After climbing out of the sinkhole with great difficulty, Saya looked at the power coming from the depths of the ground and said anxiously, "Isis, there are no divine artifacts here. There are only powerful ultra beasts. I'm afraid that this ultra beast strength has surpassed the sacred domain. We can't deal with it at all. Let's go." "Oh." Isis nodded. To her, ultra beasts from the sacred domain were nothing special. She had a lot of materials from the sacred domain ultra beasts at home and was used to it. However, in terms of strength, not to mention ultra beasts from the sacred domain, she couldn't even deal with an ultra beast at the master level. Facing such a terrifying ultra beast, their only choice was to escape. Escape back to Undercity. Seeing Isis being so cooperative, Saya breathed a sigh of relief unexpectedly. He was afraid that his mischievous sister would come up with some new and unreliable ideas. Saya carried Isis on his back and quickly left. At this moment, he didn't want to stay for even a second. Just as he ran a few steps, he heard a boom sound. The entire sinkhole collapsed, as if it was collapsing. Then the earth shook. The powerful ice energy was earth-shattering, causing countless snowflakes to fly into the sky, forming a terrifying whirlwind. Space cracked, heaven and earth collapsed. The entire extreme ice field was like the end of the world. The two children who only had the strength of a master and a warrior were trembling in fear. This, a bird's clear cry, sounded from the depths of the extreme ice field. A huge white figure slowly rose from the collapsing sinkhole. "It's a sacred domain ultra beast." Looking at the huge and terrifying figure, Isis's face turned pale. The strength of the ultra beast in the depths of the extreme ice field was far beyond her imagination. It wasn't the sacred domain that she originally estimated. Its strength had already reached the sacred domain. What was bred in the absolute ice plains was a super terrifying realm of the god's beast. Its strength even surpassed that of a frost dragon. At this moment, it finally awakened in the extreme ice field. Chapter 779. The gigantic divine beast floated in the air. Its body was covered in snow-white feathers, and its eyes were abnormally cold, as if they were emotionless. Its beak was hooked up like an eagle's, emitting a metallic luster. At this moment, it spread out a pair of gigantic wings that were dozens of meters long. With the power of ice and snow, it created a huge, icy vortex in the air. The divine beast, the frost eagle, was the king of ice and snow. Isis and Saya were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen a divinity beast, and a living one at that. What kind of beast is this?" The little Death Knight Saya said with a trembling voice. At this moment, his little face was pale with fright. "This is the divine beast, the frost eagle." Isis recalled the description of this beast in the illustrated handbook of exotic beasts she had seen in her father's study and could not help but shiver. This was a true divine beast. The frost eagle had terrifying sacred domain level strength when it was born, and when it reached adulthood, its strength would reach the divine realm. After the frost eagle hatched more than 10 years ago, the black-clothed old man not only carefully took care of it in the extreme ice pit, but also did not hesitate to set up a magic array to prevent the Frost Eagle's ice energy from leaking out. Unfortunately, the Frost Eagle's strength was too great, especially when it slowly reached adulthood. Its power began to slowly leak out, even affecting the climate of the extreme ice plain, thus attracting the attention of some powerhouses. Now, the Frost Eagle had finally appeared from the extreme ice. In its adult form, in the small plain of the Noah continent, its strength was enough to show disdain for everything. The gigantic bird in the sky displayed its elegance, bringing with it a terrifying, icy aura. At this moment, it slowly landed on the sword-like glacier and folded its gigantic wings. Its pair of abnormally cold eyes quietly sized up this unfamiliar world. At this moment, the Frost Eagle was like a king looking down on the world. At this moment, the Frost Eagle's eyes slightly narrowed. Through its eagle-like sharp eyes, it discovered the two little things on the ground, Isis and Saya. Saya turned pale with fright. It discovered us. Being stared at by the Frost Eagle, Isis and Saya felt as if they were tied up with ropes. Their legs went soft, and they could no longer move. "We're finished," Isis sighed inwardly. She crouched down and took Saya, who was trembling with fear, into her arms. "Big sister, is it going to kill us?" Saya lay quietly in Isis's arms, his little face raised with fear. Since he was young, Saya had never called Isis sister. He had always called her by her name, but today, he made an exception. Isis already knew the outcome. She smiled sadly and lowered her head to kiss Saya's little face. "Don't be afraid, Saya. Big sister will protect you." After saying that, he raised his head. There was no longer any fear in his pitch-black eyes. He calmly met the Frost Eagle's gaze. The man and the bird looked at each other quietly. The air seemed to have solidified, and even the wind and snow began to slowly stop. For some reason, Isis was able to read some information from the Frost Eagle's eyes. Disdain, that's right. It was disdain. To the Frost Eagle, Isis and Saya, the two little things, couldn't pique its interest at all. King, it also had its dignity. At this moment, Isis felt how small she was. The Frost Eagle tilted its head slightly, looking into the distance with emotionless eyes. At this moment, it opened its mouth and let out a clear cry. Boom! A powerful ice elemental aura erupted in an instant, spreading in all directions like sound waves. The powerful force caused the earth to tremble. Within a 10-kilometer radius, countless amounts of ice and snow were swept away, creating a whirlwind in the sky. The chilling Frost Eagle's huge claws slammed down. Boom! The glaciers below, its body shattered into pieces, emitting an earth-shattering sound. Its huge wings flapped the air and lifted its heavy body into the air. A huge shadow circled above the extreme icy plains. The clear cries of birds could be heard from the sky. Soon, the Frost Eagle flapped its wings and turned east, disappearing in an instant. Finally, we're saved. Isis and Saya looked at the Frost Eagle's departing figure and heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the two of them were close to collapsing. Speaking of which, they were lucky. All of this could be attributed to the two of them being too weak. They were so weak that they couldn't attract the interest of the Frost Eagle at all. In addition, eagles were proud creatures to begin with, allowing them to escape this calamity. If Isis and Saya were a little stronger, even if they were masters, they wouldn't have ended up so well. That's strange. Why would our Noah continent have a Frost Eagle? Even in the abandoned otherworld continent of Omros, I've never heard of a Frost Eagle appearing there. Saya calmed down and thought for a moment before speaking. In the historical records of the Noah continent, only the sacred domain's Frost Eagle had appeared. The Frost Eagle had never even heard of a Frost Eagle. Even among the Frost Eagle, there were only a few Frost Eagle with intelligence. Isis tilted her head and thought for a moment. I think this fellow most likely came from another plane. There has never been such a terrifying Frost Eagle in our Noah continent. Frost Eagle had populations as well. If a Frost Eagle appeared in a place, there must be a population of it. It couldn't have appeared out of thin air. Thus, Isis concluded that the frost eagle came from another plane through a planar passage. It was impossible for such a powerful population of frost eagle to appear in a small subplane like the Noah continent. Apart from similarly powerful frost eagle, there was no room for intelligent creatures like humans to survive. Saya stood up and looked at the mess around him. He spread his hands helplessly. The divine artifact is gone. Isis, where are we going now? After the frost eagle left, Saya changed the way he addressed Isis. We're going back to Undercity, Isis said without hesitation. We must return to Undercity and report this matter to the Scourge Church. We're going back to Undercity? Saya's heart was filled with sorrow. He thought of Mentor Shea. He had snuck out for so long. If he returned now, she would definitely punish him severely, right? Thinking of teacher Shea's cold face that was like an unmelting ice, Saya couldn't help but shiver in his heart. As if she knew what Saya was thinking, Isis smiled and reached out to pinch Saya's little face. Don't worry. Even if you go back, Aunt Shea won't have time to punish you. I'm afraid the Noah continent will be in trouble again. Chapter 780. Southeast of the Noah continent, in a large city called Onglaudi. Onglaudi belonged to the Kingdom of Doro. It was one of the large cities on the border of the Kingdom of Doro. The Kingdom of Doro was the home of Kadena, the wife of the young master of the Scourge Church, Ron. Due to the protection of the Scourge Church, the Kingdom of Doro, which wasn't considered rich before, quickly prospered. Like many large cities, there were millions of people living here. The roads in the city extended in all directions, and people jostled shoulder to shoulder. It was filled with a strong commercial atmosphere. Generally speaking, as long as there was a large population in a large city, the commercial system would definitely be developed. Merchants from all over the world would come here with gold coins in search of opportunities. However, the large population wasn't the most attractive factor for merchants. The merchants' vicious gazes were fixed on the adventurers and large mercenary groups passing through Onglaudi. Every one of them had a spatial bag at their waist filled with all kinds of precious, exotic beast materials. Even if they were on the streets, as long as they could successfully stop them, a business deal would begin. Glittering gold coins and exotic beast materials stained with blood would be exchanged through two dirty hands. It had long become a scene in the big city. Apart from a merchants reeking of money, the mercenaries had also become the targets of the gorgeously dressed prostitutes, especially the mercenaries who had returned from other planes and sold the goods in their hands. These people were very generous, throwing away thousands of gold coins without hesitation. Countless glittering gold coins were thrown down, and one after another, golden bodies were presented to them. Of course, there were also very powerful mercenaries. They would generally trade directly with the large merchant associations. The large merchant associations would take care of everything from material shipments, purchasing items, to eating, drinking, and finding women, providing a one-stop service. For example, the Holy Knight Lombard's Warbear. Warbear was one of the largest mercenary groups in the mercenary world. Its leader, Lombard, was also a famous sacred domain powerhouse, a holy knight. Even though Lombard's cultivation was Guangming's power from the Holy See, this did not hinder his dealings with the Scourge Church. The Fat Man's Merchant Guild was one of the main merchants that Lombard traded with. All of the Warbear's income, including its finances, were handed over to the Fat Man to manage. The Fat Man lived up to his expectations and naturally managed everything well. Lombard did not have to worry about money and was happy to be free. However, today, he ran into a problem. There was no trading post in Onglaud, so Lombard did not know what to do. Captain, why don't we buy from other trading houses? A cleric-looking party member said to Lombard. The Warbear was about to depart, but the supplies had not been moved. This made Lombard a little anxious. After all, his Warbear had thousands of people. Okay, Lombard finally nodded in agreement. Buy from the spot. Once it's done, we'll set off immediately. Don't delay the mission. Okay, I'll do it right away. The cleric-looking party member nodded and said. In fact, he was already very happy. For a large mercenary group like Warbear, Every purchase cost a lot of money. Unfortunately, as the captain, Lombard did not let go. If he did, they would have become a fat piece of meat in the eyes of merchants. Lombard greeted the other members of Warbear and walked to a corner of the street. He took off his helmet, took out a cigar from his space bag, and lit it up. He smoked leisurely and squinted his small eyes, constantly looking at the pedestrians on the street. At this time, Lombard was in his 50s. His tall body was covered with thick armor. His hair and beard were a little gray, but his eyes were still bright and his expression was dignified. If he took off his paladin armor and put on ordinary civilian clothes, people would probably think that Lombard was an ordinary old man. Lombard stared at the pedestrians on the street, but his thoughts drifted somewhere. For some reason, Ron's face appeared in his mind. "Ron, you little brat, you've been in the other plane for so many days. When you come back, you've probably forgotten your big brother, right?" Lombard thought quietly. At this time, he inexplicably felt his heart palpitate. A dangerous aura came, and in an instant, Lombard's eyes opened wide. What is that? Experts of the sacred domain had stronger senses than ordinary experts, but when Lombard felt the danger, it was already too late. A clear cry came from the sky. It seemed to come from the distant horizon, but in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of him. A huge figure descended on Onlaudi City, spreading out its wings to cover the sky. The frost eagle, an exotic beast from the divine domain, descended on this small Onlaudi city with a cold and deathly aura. A divine domain exotic beast? Lombard's pupils shrank. Although he had not confirmed what exotic beast it was, from the terrifying aura it emitted, there was no doubt that it was an exotic beast from the divine domain. What could an exotic beast from the divine domain bring to a large city? The answer was disaster. The frost eagle flapped its wings, its emotionless eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. It raised its head slightly and let out a clear cry. Then it spat out a terrifying icicle. Boom! The powerful icicle swept across the streets of Onlaudi, erupting with an earth-shattering sound. The cold air spread, and those who could not escape in time were frozen in an instant. Run! The exotic beast is here. For a moment, the people in Onlaudi City screamed and ran around like headless flies. The streets were in chaos. Lombard's mercenary group was also attacked by the chaotic crowd, and the team of several thousand people was almost scattered. How is this possible? Lombard gritted his teeth and stared at the sky. The cigar in his mouth was almost burnt out. At this moment, his eyes were dull, and he could not speak. In Lombard's impression, not to mention the continent of Noah, even the continent of Omlos, which was full of exotic beasts, did not have any exotic beasts from the divine domain. The exotic beast is here. Everyone, prepare for battle. At this time, a second-rate mercenary in Warbear drew his weapon and said excitedly, "Captain Lombard, please give the order. For the glory of Warbear." Before the second-rate mercenary could finish his words, he was slapped down. "Warrior head, can't you see that it's a divine domain exotic beast? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." At this time, a mercenary came to Lombard's side and asked in a low voice, "Captain, what do we do now?" "Scatter. Scatter at once. Don't stop for a moment." Lombard fiercely extinguished the cigarette, and said resolutely, as the captain, he shouldered the responsibility of the entire Warbear. In a situation where there was no chance of winning, he would never let his members die. After the Frost Eagles spat out several giant icicles, the entire Onlaud city was in a mess. There were countless casualties, and corpses were everywhere. In the Onlaud city of the Kingdom of Doro, there were not only humans, but also elves, orcs, and magical beasts. Without exception, they were all blasted into pieces by the descending ice power. After an hour, the defense forces of Onlaud City began to counterattack. The crossbows on the city walls rained down on the sky. Unfortunately, all resistance was futile. In front of the exotic beast from the divine domain, these low-level crossbows and arrows were as laughable as children playing house. Not long after, a giant icicle landed on the tallest defense tower of Onlaud City. With a boom, the tall defense tower broke into two and fell down. In the sky not far from Onlod City, a black-clothed old man quietly watched everything with a satisfied expression. Not bad. Lil Bing did well. The frost eagle kept slaughtering creatures, but its strength did not decrease. On the contrary, its power seemed to be more abundant, and even its strength had increased a little. Exotic beasts needed to grow, and killing. It was one of the most important paths to its growth. The black-clothed old man looked at the frost eagle and kept muttering to himself, "Lil Bing, grow up quickly, quickly reach the peak of the divine domain. As long as you, little lightning, and little flame all grow into peak divine domain beasts, then you'll obtain the qualifications to merge with me. At that time, the most powerful divine beast will descend, and Noah. You'll be my first target for revenge." The black-clothed old man's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. At this time, he slowly took off the hood on his head, and his silver hair spread out. The old man in front of him was actually a woman, and an old woman with a face full of wrinkles. When she said the two words Noah, her eyes were filled with endless hatred. It was because of this old face that she had never shown her true face to others, so no one knew whether she was a man or a woman. And the cause of all this was Noah. "Noah, I'll definitely let you die without a burial ground." The old woman who took off her hood had a pair of eyes filled with madness. Kill as much as you can. Ha ha." Amidst her wild laughter, the old woman's figure turned into a black fog and disappeared in the sky. At this time, the frost eagle let out a clear cry. Its eyes flashed, and then countless frost auras quickly condensed. Divine domain of ice, frozen rage. In an instant, countless dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, as if summoned by the frost eagle. They densely covered the sky above Onlod City. As the glimmer of light appeared in the dark clouds, countless huge balls of ice fell from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The ice balls fell like raindrops, causing earth-shattering explosions when they landed on the ground. At the same time, the countless ice cones sealed in the ice balls spread out in all directions at full speed. They were densely packed, and within dozens of meters, no living creature could survive. The wailing gradually stopped, and finally, everything returned to silence. 15 minutes later, the dense dark clouds in the sky began to slowly disperse, and the warm sunlight shone down, reflecting a trace of light on the ground. At this time, the entire Onlod City had become a city of ice. All the residents in the city had been slaughtered, and the dead creatures had been turned into ice sculptures. Many people were still in the position of running away, their faces full of fear. Chapter 781. What? A god realm beast actually appeared in the kingdom of Doro? In a room of a palace in the undercity of the Scourge Church, Kadena, who was wearing home clothes, jumped up from her chair in shock when she heard the maid's report. "Yes, your highness, it's true. It said that Onlod City has been destroyed by a god realm beast." The young maid, who was only 17 or 18 years old, opened her beautiful eyes wide and said seriously, "How is that possible?" Katina sucked in a breath of cold air. How could a god-level beast appear on the Noah continent? As she spoke, her heart skipped a beat. Could it be from another plane? Thinking of the words another plane, Kadena couldn't help but shiver. 7 or 8 years ago, the Burning Legion caused too much damage when they descended on the Noah continent. Those nightmarish days were still fresh in the memories of all the creatures on the continent. Compared to the Noah continent, the other plane was too powerful. Your Highness, Kadena was lost in thought and only reacted when the maid called her a few times. "Your Highness, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" the maid asked softly. "No, I'm fine." Kadena forced a smile. "You go back first. I feel a little tired and want to rest." "Oh," the little maid replied softly. She deftly made the bed and was about to leave when Katina called out to her and asked, "What's wrong? Right? Is there still no news of Isis and Saya?" "No." The maid shook her head. Lady Shea went out to look for them a few times, But this time, young Master Saya and young Lady Isis seem to have disappeared into thin air. There hasn't been a trace of them. Okay, then you can go out, Kadena said with a sigh. Yes, Your Highness. The maid bowed and turned to leave. Where the hell did Isis take Saya? After the little maid left, Kadena frowned and muttered to herself. As a mother, it was impossible for her not to worry about her son. Becerra was already worried to death, but they all had warning items on them. The items didn't react, which meant that they were still fine. However, what made Kadena feel even more helpless was that strange beast from the realm of the gods that had appeared out of nowhere. It had to be known that in the tiny Noah continent, the realm of the gods was already close to the peak of existence. The appearance of a strange beast from the realm of the gods would bring a calamity to the Noah continent. Whether it was the Parliament or the Scourge Church, they would inevitably be affected. If only Ron was here. Kadena sighed. At this time, she thought of Ron, who was training in another plane. With Ron's strength, dealing with that strange beast from the realm of the gods shouldn't be a problem, right? Unfortunately, Ron still hadn't returned. Not only that, even after 7 years, Kadena didn't have any news of him. Her son Saya hadn't seen his father since he was born. Ron, oh Ron, where are you? A strong longing welled up in Kadena's mind. Her gaze was fixed on the window as she inwardly made up her mind. Now it seems I can only look for the Grand Elder. In the spatial rift of the Noah continent, a strong spatial fluctuation came. At this time, the old woman who was sitting upright opened her eyes. Master, you've returned? Mary bowed and said, Not yet. I've only returned with a clone. The spatial fluctuation came from Noah. He was also the master of the Noah continent. Noah's clone showed a faint shadow in the room. He walked to the back of the sofa with his hands behind his back. Mary, you call me back in such a hurry. Is there something urgent? Noah sat down on the sofa and slowly asked. He looked at Mary with a dignified gaze. There is indeed something urgent. Mary took a step forward and said with a serious expression, Master, you should take a look at this first. Mary took out a crystal ball as she spoke. Her skinny hand moved back and forth a few times on it. Soon, the crystal ball lit up, and then the images in the crystal ball were revealed. The crystal ball in Mary's hand was called a magic crystal ball. Its main function was to record and present the recorded content completely. In front of Noah was such a scene. It was the scene before Onlad City was destroyed. Noah quietly looked at it without saying a word. Slowly, his eyes opened wide, revealing an expression of disbelief as he cried out involuntarily. This is impossible. In the image recorded by the crystal ball, a terrifying exotic beast appeared. Noah recognized it at a glance. It was actually the famous frost eagle among the exotic beasts in the divine realm. After the initial shock, Noah quickly calmed down. He quietly watched all the images recorded in the crystal ball until the light in the crystal ball disappeared. Only then did he raise his head. Is this image real? Yes, Master. Mary nodded. This was sent by the continent's most famous warbearer, Captain Lombard. When Onlad City was destroyed, he was there and recorded everything with a crystal ball. Mary pushed the glasses on the bridge of her nose and continued. And as far as I know, several cities have already been destroyed by this terrifying exotic beast. Needless to say, this divine realm exotic beast must have come from another plane. I don't know what method it used, but the Noah continent definitely doesn't have such a terrifying creature. Noah thought about it and said. At this time, he smiled slightly. Although the appearance of a divine realm exotic beast is a bit unexpected, it's not a big deal. I think this frost eagle is just a low-level divine realm. Isn't there someone else on the Noah continent? Who is that? Oh, right. Ron, Frigga, R.A. Firth, and Ryder are already at the divine realm. They don't even need to join forces to kill it. Why did you call me back? Mary was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, Master, have you forgotten that you've already sent Ron and the others to the land of exile? Ah, Noah was stunned for a long time. Then he slapped his forehead. Oh no, I almost forgot about that. Only now did Noah remember that he had sent Ron, Frigga, R.A. Firth, and the others to the land of exile in the main plains 7 years ago. They haven't returned yet. Noah asked, Mary shook her head. Master, then what should we do now? You've only returned with a clone, and this clone's strength can't possibly be a match for that divine realm exotic beast. Why don't you come back with your main body to deal with it? Noah had also calmed down by now. He thought about it and said, You're right, this clone of mine is indeed not a match for that exotic beast. But thinking about it, this is too much of a coincidence. All the divine realm powerhouses have left the Noah continent, and at this time, a divine realm exotic beast popped out. This makes me suspect this is a conspiracy. Mary hesitated for a moment. Master, are you saying this conspiracy is targeted at you? Noah was stunned, and a person's face slowly appeared in his mind. He muttered to himself, Could it be her? No, it definitely can't be her. Noah shook his head and rejected his idea. First, she doesn't know that I'm in this secondary plane. Second, her strength has been crippled by me, and she can never recover. Master, who are you talking about? Mary asked. Nothing. I just remembered an enemy I met when I was adventuring in the main plane. Noah shook his head and said calmly. Mary asked worriedly, Master, what should we do now? That divine realm exotic beast is still destroying the city, and everywhere it goes is turned into ruins. Our divine realm powerhouses have all left the Noah continent to train. If we let it continue like this, the Noah continent will be destroyed. Destroyed? No. Noah smiled and extended a finger. The divine realm powerhouses of the Noah continent. There's still one more Achu he was cultivating in the underground palace of Undercity when he sneezed. He shook his head helplessly and muttered to himself. Who is it that's talking about me? It can't be that kid Ron, right? Sigh. I wonder how his training in the other plane is going. I hope he's fine. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Kadina's voice came from outside. May I ask if the Great Elder is in? A few small islands would appear from time to time in the boundless blue sea. These islands were so small that they didn't even have a name. Only some old fishermen who often went out to sea to fish would give them a name. Although the islands were small, they meant a lot to the fishermen who went out to sea to fish. When they encountered a storm in the sea, those nameless islands became their only shelter. However, there was an island that all the fishermen didn't dare to set foot on. According to legend, this island was cursed by the divine realm. It was covered in dark clouds all year round, and countless lightning bolts would cut through the void and descend, creating a huge rumbling sound that could be seen from dozens of nautical miles away. Needless to say, taking refuge on such an island, even approaching that sea area would put one's life in danger. Who knew when a lightning bolt would descend, and both the person and the boat would be split into pieces? This island was a place that all the fishermen would turn pale when they talked about it. The old fishermen gave this island a name, Wild Thunder Island. The Wild Thunder Island on this day was extremely unusual. The dense dark clouds spread over 100 miles, and lightning constantly wandered in the sky. Countless lightning bolts poured down like raindrops. Strong winds blew on the sea surface, and the waves were turbulent. Tornadoes that were hundreds of meters tall were soul-stirring. All the fishermen on this sea area were scared witless. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the surface of the sea, illuminating the surroundings. The divine realm is angry. Countless fishermen were curled up on their fishing boats, shivering as they watched the lightning bolts descend from the sky. Some of them even knelt down on the deck, silently praying, hoping to appease the divine realm's anger. However, the wild thunderbird in the center of the lightning storm was silent. Compared to the surrounding turbulence, it seemed very calm, so calm that it was a little terrifying. On a small mountain range on the island, a terrifying and berserk aura was unceasingly emitting. That was a huge bird. Its sharp claws were firmly inserted into the hard soil. Its eyes were tightly shut, quietly absorbing the energy within the lightning. If an expert from a main plane were to see this scene, he would surely be able to recognize that the bird before his eyes was the main plane's super terrifying exotic beast, the Thunder Rock. The Thunder Rock's eyes were tightly shut. Countless purple lightning bolts wandered around its body, jumping from time to time, letting out zap, zap sounds. Its figure was slightly smaller than the frost eagle, but it still occupied half of the entire small mountain. At this moment, the thunder rock opened its eyes with a swish. Its eyes shone brightly, and at the same time, it let out a clear cry. Chapter 782. The huge and wide dragon island had always been the territory of dragons. Here, other than dragons and foreign dragons with special permission, no one was allowed to set foot. Will Volcano, which was located in the center of Dragon Island, was unusually active at this moment. Except for the one time when Ron came for the assessment, Will Volcano had not erupted for a long time. Yamlong Ranerier was flushed with success in the past few years and was in the limelight. Ever since Firth Ranerier went to the land of exile, he was elected as the acting patriarch by the elders. He was in charge of all the affairs of the clan, and there was a faint trend of him becoming the next patriarch. Ranerier, who belonged to the Red Dragons, had a natural advantage in fire tribute cultivation. He was not old, but his strength had already reached the peak of the sacred domain. On this day, Ranerier had just finished his cultivation in Will Volcano, which was located in the center of Dragon Island. When he walked out and came to the 1,000-meter-long corridor at the foot of Will Volcano, he met Colorado. Colorado belonged to the Golden Dragon bloodline of the Dragon Clan. He was born with great strength and extremely high defense. Like Rannerly, he had also reached the peak of the Sanctuary Realm. He was deeply trusted by the patriarch, Lafford, in the Dragon Clan. In terms of strength and reputation, the two of them were on equal footing. They became fierce competitors. When Firth Ranerier was here, he had always been optimistic about the two. However, at this moment, Colorado had a gloomy face, as if the whole world owed him money, and walked towards Ranerier. Ranerier had seen Colorado for a long time. Seeing the two getting closer and closer, it was impossible to pretend that he did not see them. He had no choice but to brace himself and greet them with a smile. Hee. Hello, Sir Colorado. The weather today is good. What's the matter? Out for a walk? Ranerier intended to make small talk and deal with it. He did not like this guy very much. However, Colorado did not buy it. He snorted coldly. Walk. It's early in the morning. I don't have such a habit. Sir Ranerier, I came here specifically to find you for something. Looking for me? Ranerier smiled and said, Hee. I'm flattered that Lord Colorado thinks so highly of me. If you have anything to say, just say it. Really? Looking at Rannerier's hypocritical smile, Colorado wanted to punch him in the face. He stared at Rannerier's face and said, Then I'll get straight to the point. Lord Ranerier, why did you transfer Croland from his position of guarding the central treasury of the dragons? Croland was a golden wyvern with the strength of the sacred domain. She guarded the treasury of the dragons and was in charge of the finances of the dragons. She was also Colorado's wife. More than a month ago, without any warning, Croland was removed from her position. It was said that it was an order from the acting dragon's Ranerier. When Croland came crying to her husband, Colorado was furious. However, he suppressed his anger in the end and discussed it with Ranerier. After all, the position of the guard of the central treasury of the dragons was quite important. Unfortunately, he waited for more than a month and was told that the acting patriarch had gone to Will Volcano to train. It was only now that Colorado was waiting for him. Ranerier was naturally aware of this matter. He had personally ordered this. The purpose was to cut off Colorado's wings and create trouble for this powerful competitor. Oh, you're talking about this. Ranerier smiled. It's nothing. I just think that she's not suitable for this position. That's all, what? When Colorado heard this, he couldn't believe his ears. He didn't have much hope for this matter. He just wanted to hear a high-sounding reason from Ranerier. Unfortunately, the other party didn't even have a reason. What do you mean? Colorado was so angry that his body trembled. He pointed at Ranerier and said, That's what I mean. Ranerier was very satisfied with Colorado's reaction. He lowered his head slightly. This matter has been reported to the elders. The elders have agreed. If you have any opinions, you can tell those old men. At this time, Ranerier looked at the sky and smiled. It's getting late. Lord Colorado, Do you have anything else? If not, I'll take my leave first. After that, he ignored Colorado and walked straight to him. Colorado also calmed down at this moment. He looked at Ranerier, who brushed past him, and said in a deep voice, Ranerier, do you think you can do whatever you want? Don't forget, you're not the patriarch yet. Ranerier stopped and smiled. He turned back and said, yes, that's right. But I'm the acting patriarch. When the patriarch, Firth Ranerier, is not here, I can exercise the authority of the patriarch. This is also recommended by the elders. Ranerier, don't be too arrogant. You're just the acting patriarch. When the patriarch comes back, you have to obediently scram aside. Colorado roared, his eyes blazing with fire. Ranerier heard this and laughed. Colorado, don't be too naive. Even if the patriarch comes back, he may not touch my position. Have you forgotten? When the patriarch was here, he rarely cared about the affairs of the clan. He is no longer reluctant to leave this position. It's only a matter of time before he finds a successor. Is that so? Colorado smiled coldly. Ranerier, even if the patriarch is looking for a successor, he may not necessarily look for you. Don't forget, to become the patriarch of the dragons, you must meet two conditions. First, your strength must have stepped into the divine realm. You're still far from that. Second, Colorado paused. His face sank, and a trace of killing intent appeared in his cold eyes. You must defeat me. Dragons respected strength. As long as one had the strength, any member of the dragons could challenge the patriarch. However, Firth Ranier's strength had already stepped into the divine realm. Other than the fairy dragons Frigga, there was no worthy opponent. The other members of the dragons naturally did not have the thought of challenging him. As for Ranerier, who only had the strength of the sacred domain, Ranier's eyes narrowed slightly, and his face instantly turned cold. You mean you want to challenge me? That's right. Colorado turned around and looked at Ranerier without flinching. As long as I defeat you, you'll have to step down from the position of acting patriarch. The atmosphere became stiff in an instant. A member of the dragons, an outstanding member of the Golden Dragon bloodline, issued a challenge to Ranerier of the Red Dragon bloodline. The two were in a stalemate, and their killing intent spread, creating sparks in the air. After experiencing the initial shock, Ranerier quickly calmed down, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Very well. I will accept your challenge. Very well. Let's have a duel on this day next month. I want to defeat you in front of all the members of the dragons, in front of the elders. Colorado said ambitiously. Very well, I'll be waiting, Ranerier said with a smile. At that time, I'll prove to everyone that I, Ranerier, am the most qualified successor of the dragons. Very well, goodbye, acting patriarch. I hope you can still say these words a month later, Colorado said sarcastically, and he emphasized the words acting patriarch. The two were like fighting roosters, and they glared at each other fiercely before leaving. At this moment, there was a loud bang, and the earth shook. What's going on? Ranerier and Colorado were shocked. From the loud bang, there was no doubt that they were attacked. Who had the guts to attack Dragon Island? Colorado was the first to react. It's coming from Will Volcano. Will Volcano. Ranerier was stunned. Wasn't he cultivating in Will Volcano just now? He didn't notice anything unusual. Rumble. Will Volcano shook even more violently, as if it was going to erupt at any time. Along with it, there was also a powerful flame energy. Ranerier and Colorado's expression changed, and their faces were filled with horror. This is the aura of the divine realm. Will Volcano, in the center of Dragon Island, actually had a divine realm powerhouse who cultivated the fire attribute. This was too shocking. Is it one of our dragon's powerhouses who advanced to the divine realm? Ranerier said dejectedly. If that was the case, he wouldn't be the acting patriarch anymore. It doesn't seem like it. Colorado's eyes had a trace of fear. That's a strange and terrifying aura. The powerful energy spread throughout Dragon Island. For a moment, everyone and dragons ran out and flew into the sky. They looked at Will Volcano in the distance, and their eyes were filled with fear and horror. Will Volcano is going to erupt. Ranerier felt that the underground flame energy from Will Volcano was constantly rising, and it was pushing up the entire mountain. In the middle, a terrifying thing was being nurtured, and it would break out of the ground at any time. Will Volcano's shaking was getting more and more intense. In the crater, countless small gravel flew around, and with a trace of flame, rolled down from the mountain. The power had finally reached the critical point. At this moment, Will Volcano finally erupted. Boom! The powerful flame energy shook the sky, and along the huge crater, it shot up to a height of hundreds of meters. The powerful flame was mixed with thick smoke, and it erupted wildly. The hot magma flowed down the mountain slowly. Wherever it went, whether it was the trees or rocks, they were all burned and melted. The entire mountain turned red. In the sky, black smoke covered the sky as if the end of the world was coming. The fire was red, and the scorching flame energy spread everywhere. What's going on? Why did this thing appear under Will Volcano? Ranerier was a little panicked. That terrifying aura was too terrifying. Colorado's face tensed up. He's coming out. At the crater of Will Volcano, in the blazing flames, a huge red figure slowly appeared. It was a huge bird. The bird's body was surrounded by countless burning flames, and it looked like it was wearing a set of flame armor. Its two wings were open and gently flapping. Its tail that was longer than its body was like dozens of flame whips, elegant and agile. The bird's demeanor was full of the majesty of a king. It raised its head and let out a clear cry. Seeing this terrifying bird in front of them, Colorado and Ranerier couldn't believe their eyes, because they had already recognized the origin of this terrifying bird. Chapter 783. The appearance of the phoenix caused panic among the dragons, especially the aura of the realm of the gods. It was released unscrupulously, causing people to feel fear in their hearts. The phoenix slowly flapped its wings in the air. Its sharp beak and the crown-like feathers on its head added a bit of the demeanor of a king. The divine bird phoenix was originally the king of birds. It had the best and noblest bloodline among the birds. Even the dragons felt ashamed in front of it. In the sky, a short figure stood in the air. In the midst of the chaos, no one had discovered her existence. It was that old woman. At this moment, she was standing in the sky, looking at her masterpiece proudly. Ha! Little Flame has finally awakened. With Lil Bing and Lil Lay, this Noah continent has 3 realms of the gods' beasts. Very good, very good. Everything is under my control. Well, Volcano was a famous place of extreme fire. It was also the territory of the dragons. The old woman chose to place the phoenix egg here. She took a lot of trouble. After she sneaked into the Dragon Island, she went to the deepest part of Will Volcano and then laid down a magic array to prevent the aura of the phoenix from leaking out. At the same time, she also sealed it. When the phoenix was born, it had no way to break the seal with its strength, so it could only slowly grow in the magic array until it escaped. The old woman laughed. Her smile faintly revealed a sinister look. My arrangement is almost complete. Noah, even if you come back now, you won't be able to make it in time. By the time you come back, I'm afraid the Noah continent would have already become a pile of ruins. At this moment, the old woman glanced at the chaotic dragons below. Her eyes were filled with contempt. Bah, a bunch of self-righteous fellows. I'll let you taste the taste of failure. Ha ha. In the midst of her wild laughter, the old woman's black robe fluttered and her figure instantly disappeared in the sky. The volcano was still erupting. Magma mixed with rocks rushed up to the sky and then fell down from the sky. The flaming rocks fell on the buildings on the Dragon Island and started to burn fiercely. The power was not inferior to a meteor shower. How is this possible? How could a realm of the gods beast appear in Will Volcano? Why didn't I notice anything? Ranerier opened his eyes wide, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had been using the abundant fire elemental energy in Will Volcano every day to cultivate, But even so, he hadn't discovered that there was such a terrifying exotic beast from the divine domain lurking under a volcano. Where did this strange beast from the god realm come from? Where did it come from? When did they arrive? Not only Ranarier, even all the people on the Dragon Island, even the Patriarch was in the dark. This was really too terrifying. Colorado sighed. It's not important to talk about this now. I only know that if we don't take action, our dragon race will lose all our prestige. Ranarier was shocked. He turned his head and found that the alarm bell of the Dragon Island had already rung. The members of the dragons who heard the battle alarm had already transformed into wyverns and flew into the air. The Dragon Knights were also organized. When they found out that they were facing a terrifying exotic beast from the divine domain, they immediately lost the courage to fight. Hundreds of wyverns flew in the air and roared, but not a single wyvern dared to be the first to rush up. Among these members of the dragons, there were even the elders of the dragons. The Dragon Clan's Council of Elders was composed of 7 of the most senior members of the Dragon Clan. Each of them possessed strength far greater than that of an ordinary wyvern. But even so, when these elders faced the realm of the god's phoenix, they lost the courage to resist. Without Firth, the dragons were actually so weak. In the Noah continent, the dragons had been strong for too long. They were born with everything. In the eyes of the dragons, they were the supreme existence. Every wyvern was proud of being a member of the dragons. But today, this pride had been ruthlessly shattered by a strange beast from the realm of the gods. It was like a demon-revealing mirror. In front of the world, the dragons had torn off their powerful but hypocritical mask, revealing their cowardly and weak true colors. Colorado is right. If this goes on, we dragons will be finished. How will the humans see us? How will the elves see us? How will the magical beasts see us? That's right, at this time, no one in the entire Noah continent will look up to us. So, no matter what, we must stop this divine domain beast. Ranarier fiercely clenched his teeth. He made up his mind in an instant. At this time, Ranarier and Colorado looked at each other and saw the raging fighting spirit in each other's eyes. The two nodded in understanding and let out a roar that shook people's hearts. Ka! 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 At this time, the two of them changed at the same time. Their bodies began to grow bigger and turned into dragons. Wings grew out of their backs, scales covered their bodies, and sharp dragon horns grew out of their heads. Ranarier turned into a red, flaming wyvern. His body was covered in red scales, and a powerful flame energy filled his body. His breath carried some blazing flame dragon breath. Colorado turned into a golden wyvern. His body was covered in golden scales that were as smooth as metal. His body was slightly bigger than Ranarier, and the wings on his back were like sharp thorns, incomparably hard. He only had a single horn that was as sharp as a sword on his head, looking majestic. The two wyverns, Ranarier and Colorado, let out a roar at the same time. With a flap of their wings, a gust of wind blew, and they madly rushed towards the divine domain beast, Phoenix. Look, it's the acting chief, Lord Ranarier, and Lord Colorado. They finally made their move. Come on, let's work together to defeat this guy. Seeing that there was finally someone to fight this terrifying divine domain beast, the members of the Dragon Clan, including the foreign dragons who joined later, were all excited. They all shouted, and their confidence that had just been shaken seemed to have returned. The divine domain beast, Phoenix, also noticed the arrival of these two little fellows. Although its body was not as big as a divine domain beast, it was still much bigger than a sacred domain beast. In the eyes of the Phoenix, these two little wyverns were not even worth looking at. The Phoenix let out a proud roar. It raised its head, and a huge pillar of fire shot out towards the two. Not good, quickly dodge. Ranarier's expression changed. With his observation skills, the power of the pillar of fire in front of him was far beyond his imagination. He cultivated the power of fire, and only he knew how terrifying the power contained in the pillar of fire was. The two of them quickly dodged. The huge pillar of fire streaked past them and then bombarded a mountain. Then, with a boom, an earth-shattering explosion, The entire mountain was blasted into dust. Countless flaming rocks flew into the air and then fell back down. T. Ranriea's teeth were chattering. The divine domain beast was really too powerful. He, a peak sacred domain wyvern, was simply an ant compared to the divine domain beast. In front of this divine domain beast, Phoenix, for the first time, Ranrier felt that death was so close to him. Ranrier's mouth was full of bitterness. It's really too powerful. We are not its match. Go. Don't make me look down on you. In contrast to Ranrier, the golden wyvern Colorado let out a low roar and sped up. Soon, Colorado rushed in front of the Phoenix. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Without waiting for the Phoenix to make a move, Colorado had already made the first move. Die! Colorado roared. His body turned into a golden light and quickly broke into the light circle around the Phoenix. His defense was abnormally strong, and the Phoenix's fire shield did not hurt him at all. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Colorado raised its head and stabbed its sharp horn into the Phoenix's body, leaving a long gash in its body. What? This time, it was Ranriea's turn to be shocked. He did not expect Colorado to be able to hurt a divine domain beast. When did his defense become so strong? Go! Lord Colorado, kill him, go to hell. Where did this trash come from? How dare you behave so atrociously in the dragon's territory? When the members of the dragon clan saw this scene, they all cheered. However, these people seemed to have forgotten one thing. In front of them was a genuine realm of the god's beast. No matter how weak it was, it still had the strength of a realm of the gods. The Phoenix screamed. It did not expect this little thing to be able to hurt it. In a moment of carelessness, it was hit. At this time, it was furious. It let out a loud cry. Then, the flame energy on its body changed and turned into a light circle that quickly scattered. Colorado only felt a heavy blow, and its body was involuntarily sent flying. At this time, the Phoenix opened its mouth, and a pillar of fire poured out. Boom! The pillar of fire hit Colorado. Colorado let out a scream in the air. Its body tilted and fell straight down. Colorado! Ranrier shouted. Just as he was about to rescue it, a light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Then, a wave of heat rushed towards him. Not good. When Ranrier saw the pillar of fire coming towards him, it was too late to dodge. The powerful pillar of fire hit him directly, creating beautiful sparks in the air. Defeated, it was actually defeated so easily. In the sky, the dragons on the ground were all dumbfounded. The two geniuses in their eyes, the two chosen successors of the elders, had been defeated without any warning. They couldn't even take a single strike from a strange beast from the realm of the gods. Even though the strength of this god realm beast was only at the beginner level, it was more than enough to deal with two peak sanctuary realm magical beasts. The strength of the sanctuary realm and the god realm were simply worlds apart. The Phoenix let out a cry. Defeating two saint-level magical beasts did not bring it any joy. Its attention was diverted to the Dragon Island below. It opened its sharp beak and spat out another pillar of fire. Boom! The pillar of fire hit Dragon Island and turned into a huge fireball. The fireball spread in all directions. Everywhere it touched, everything turned into ashes. This guy is destroying Dragon Island. Let's go. Let's fight it to the death. Seeing their home being destroyed, these dragons who viewed their territory as their lives could not sit still anymore. They were so anxious that their eyes turned red. They all launched an attack on the Phoenix. Countless flying dragons pounced toward the Phoenix in a frenzy. As they flew, they opened their mouths and spat out dragon breaths. Some were fiery, some were icy cold, some were poisonous, and some were extremely corrosive. All of these attacks came crashing toward the Phoenix in an overwhelming manner. Facing the sudden attack of hundreds of wyverns, the Phoenix screamed. There was a hint of contempt in its eyes. It spread its wings, and countless waves of fire appeared out of thin air, quickly sweeping in all directions. Boom! 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 The Phoenix from the realm of the gods flapped its wings, and began a great chase in the air. As it flew, it spat out streams of flames that bombarded those wyverns. Every wyvern that was struck by the flames burst into flames, and they fell to the ground with miserable screams. The battle in the sky above Dragon Island was extremely tragic. The wyverns launched a suicidal attack on the phoenix. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. It's over. It's over. We dragons are finished. Chapter 784. A thick cloud of blood formed in the sky above Dragon Island. The flesh and blood of the dragons fell with sparks. The flaming corpses of the wyverns fell on the roofs of the residents of Dragon Island, creating a large hole in the house. The flames burned fiercely. The members of the dragons were finally terrified. They finally understood that no matter how they attacked, it would be futile against such a powerful divine realm beast. They began to flee in all directions. However, the enraged phoenix did not intend to let these wyverns, who were only at the sacred domain, go. It screeched and chased after them. The phoenix was much faster than the wyverns. It was more agile. It caught up with one of the wyverns. It opened its mouth and spat out a pillar of fire. The wyvern screamed and turned into a burning fireball in the blink of an eye. Walala! Rannerly lifted the boulder above his head and slowly climbed up from the rubble with gritted teeth. At this moment, he was heavily injured and had already reverted to his human form. Around him were countless burning flames and collapsed buildings. Rannerie looked at the sky above him. At this moment, his eyes suddenly widened. How is this possible? Just a moment ago, Rannerie clearly saw that Colorado used the sharp horn on its head to stab the phoenix's abdomen, causing a deep wound. But now, the wound had long disappeared. It was as good as new. In other words, the divine realm beast phoenix in front of him not only had powerful attack power, it also had powerful self-healing abilities. At this moment, Rannerie saw Colorado, the golden wyvern at the pinnacle of the sacred domain that injured the phoenix. It was now lying on the ground, its whole body burned. It was on the verge of death and was unconscious. How? How did this happen? Rannerie's body trembled. Although his injuries were not as serious as Colorado's, Rannerie had lost the courage to charge forward. He slowly lowered his head, and with endless fear and despair, he buried himself deep in the rubble. The aerial battle above the Dragon Island was still ongoing. Several hundred members of the Dragon Clan were either dead, injured, or fleeing. They were no longer able to form an effective resistance. The only thing that could be heard was the majestic cry of the phoenix. In the battle above Dragon Island, the dragons were completely annihilated. Impossible. It can't be like this. The water dragon elder was like a fool. His expression was dull as he muttered to himself. The scene in front of him was too much of a shock. The elites of the dragons, the dignity of dragons, no longer existed after this battle. At this moment, a wyvern rushed to the water dragon elder's side. It roared and transformed into its human form. The wyvern wiped the blood on its face. Water dragon elder, why are you still here? Run before it's too late. The flying dragon roared a few times before the water dragon elder reacted. He smiled bitterly and said, Escape? Where else can we run to? Dragon Island is our home. We have already lived here for 100,000 years. Have you ever seen a dragon that was driven away from its home? The wyvern's expression darkened. It couldn't continue and silently retreated to the side. If only Patriarch R.A. Firth was here. And that girl Frigga, if any of them were here, we dragons wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Unknowingly, the water dragon elder was already in tears. Yes, if only Patriarch R.A. Firth was here. The wyvern from the sacred domain also muttered to itself. At this time, the phoenix had already cleared the wyverns and pterosaurs in the sky. It began to destroy the buildings below Dragon Island. It opened its mouth, and several fire pillars appeared out of thin air. They swept through the residential area below Dragon Island like a pen. Soon, there was a fierce explosion below. The entire residential area turned into a sea of fire. The foreign dragons and the servants of Dragon Island lived in the residential area. At this moment, they were fleeing in panic. The buildings that were set on fire began to collapse in large numbers. At this time, the phoenix noticed the water dragon elder in the sky. It screamed and flapped its wings and rushed over. It couldn't be helped. The aura of the sacred domain on them was too eye-catching. "Elder, you go first. I'll hold it back." The wyvern from the sacred domain panicked. Unexpectedly, the water dragon elder refused. "No need. I'm already so old. I've already seen through it. If I die, so be it. I want to live and die with Dragon Island." After saying that, he ignored the wyvern's pleas and stubbornly closed his eyes. At this time, the phoenix that rushed over roared and blasted a fireball directly at the water dragon elder. "Elder!" The wyvern from the sacred domain exclaimed and used its body to protect the water dragon elder. Boom! In an instant, the fireball exploded in the air, and sparks flew everywhere. The wyvern in front of the water dragon elder was stunned. Even the water dragon elder, who was waiting for death, opened his eyes. Why did the fireball suddenly explode? Needless to say, someone must have saved them. Who was it? The water dragon elder searched everywhere for that person. At this time, a roar suddenly came from the sky, far away from Dragon Island. Immediately afterward, a super huge black shadow appeared from the sky. It kept roaring angrily and rushed over here. The water dragon elder and the flying dragon were dumbfounded. The iconic two curved horns on the head, the black scales that were slightly shining like ink, and the huge black wings that covered the sky. This clearly indicated the identity of the person who came. It was a black dragon. It wasn't strange to see a black dragon on Dragon Island. What really shocked the water dragon elder was that the black dragon was actually an adult black dragon. It exuded a terrifying and fierce divine aura. A black dragon? Could it be that the patriarch had returned? At this moment, the water dragon elder had a feeling that it was a lifetime ago. It was as if he had returned to heaven from hell. The patriarch of the dragons, R.A. Firth, was the only black dragon in the clan and had the strength of the divine realm. Looking carefully, the black dragon in front of him did look somewhat similar to the patriarch. The phoenix looked coldly at the behemoth in front of it. From its bird's intuition, it felt the threat of the other party. The black dragon roared in a low voice. His eyes were filled with extreme anger. "Hiss!" The phoenix roared. It flapped its wings and rushed toward the black dragon. It was as if there was a meteor shower in the sky. At this time, a divine realm beast and a divine realm demonic beast were already fighting in the air. The phoenix kept spewing flames, while the black dragon spewed out a large amount of highly corrosive dark dragon breath. "It's the patriarch!" The sacred domain wyvern cried out in surprise. "The patriarch is back. It's not the patriarch." At this time, the water dragon elder quickly calmed down. That's right, this black dragon did look somewhat similar to the patriarch, but the aura on its body was too different. Raphael's aura was domineering and incomparably dignified, while the black dragon in front of him seemed a little immature. His fighting style wasn't as experienced as Raphael's. The water dragon elder was all too familiar with this old patriarch, and he could tell at a glance that the dark WYRM in front of him wasn't Raphael. If it was not R.A. Firth, who else could it be? Could it be that there was another black dragon among the dragons? That was obviously impossible. The appearance of the black dragon put a lot of pressure on the phoenix. Its advantage was its terrifying fire magic and powerful physical regeneration ability. Even if it was seriously injured and died, it could still come back to life. However, it should not have encountered a black dragon that was almost as strong as it. The black dragon's physical strength was strong, and its defense was also terrifying. Most importantly, the black dragon was immune to most magic. In this way, the phoenix, who used fire magic, did not have any advantage. The phoenix began to feel that something was wrong. Facing this black dragon that seemed to be a natural counter to it, it knew that it would not be able to gain any advantage if it continued to fight. At this time, the phoenix let out a long cry. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky, shining like the sun in the sky. Then, with a whoosh, the phoenix disappeared into the sky in an instant. Strangely enough, after the phoenix left, the blood clouds in the sky suddenly disappeared, leaving only a slight burning sensation in the air. It was as if everything just now was an illusion, and the divine realm beast phoenix had never appeared. That guy is finally gone. After the phoenix left, the pressure around the water dragon elder's heart eased. At this time, he realized that his back was drenched in cold sweat. However, he was more curious at this moment. Who was that black dragon? Water Dragon Elder. Before the Water Dragon Elder could ask, the gigantic and terrifyingly powerful dark dragon flew towards him and greeted him. Her voice was crisp and clear. It was actually a woman. You are. The Water Dragon Elder was stunned. Why did the voice sound so familiar? However, he could not remember it at the moment. At this time, the black dragon had already flown in front of him and slowly transformed into its true form. By Bisley? The Water Dragon Elder was shocked when he saw the person in front of him. The terrifying black dragon, just now, was actually the Black Wyvern Bisley? Bisley Firth, the only daughter of Patriarch Mord? What was going on? When did she become a divine realm powerhouse and become a black dragon? Lady Bisley, you actually defeated a divine realm beast. That's amazing. The sacred domain wyvern next to him looked at Bisley with eyes full of worship. Bisley stood quietly in the air. At this moment, she was wearing a black robe, her long hair fluttering, and the expression on her face was indescribably cold and arrogant. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that she had changed from a sacred domain powerhouse to a true divine realm powerhouse in such a short time. Many peak wyverns of the sacred domain wanted to break through to the divine realm, but they had failed time and time again. It could be seen that even for high-ranking dragons, it was not easy to become a divine realm powerhouse. When the beautiful and powerful black wyvern Bisley was young, there was no lack of suitors among the dragons. When they learned that she had given herself to an inferior human, the hearts of countless dragons broke to the ground. Some even clamored to find that human to settle the score, but they were all suppressed by Mord Firth. It's nothing. It's just that my strength just happened to restrain it and drove it away. It's not that I defeated it. Chapter 785. What the hell is going on? How can there be a divine beast in the Noah continent? And it even appeared on Dragon Island? Besley asked. For her, the appearance of a divine beast in the Noah continent was tolerable, but appearing in the dragon's territory was absolutely intolerable. I don't know. Elder Water Dragon shook his head. I only know that it suddenly appeared in Will Volcano, and then Dragon Island was attacked. I see. Besley nodded. At this time, she sighed. The appearance of a god realm exotic beast on the Noah continent is really a huge disaster. As far as I know, 3 god realm exotic beasts have appeared on the Noah continent one after another. 3 divine beasts. Elder Water Dragon was shocked. Now, the Patriarch and the Council Chairman have gone to other planes. You are the only divine realm expert left in the entire Noah continent, right? How are you going to deal with 3 divine beasts alone? Besley bowed her head and thought for a moment, then smiled and said, No, there is still one divine realm expert in the Noah continent. After the battle, the surviving dragons climbed out of the ruins, rejoicing that they were still alive, and began to help the injured dragons. At this time, the acting patriarch of the dragons, fiery Wyvern Ranarier, raised his head from the rubble and looked at Besley in the sky with his eyes wide open. This is Besley? God, how is it possible? She has become a divine realm expert? Ranarier's fingers slowly clenched, making a crack sound. His eyes were full of resentment. He knew that his position as the acting patriarch had come to an end. By the way, Elder Water Dragon, where is the acting patriarch, Ranarier? I have something to ask him. At this time, Besley hurriedly said, Ranarier? I saw him just now. He seems to be injured, but he shouldn't be dead yet, Elder Water Dragon said. He glanced at Besley and smiled. Besley, are you looking for him for clan affairs? Besley hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, I have something to ask him. It's about my father. Then you don't need to ask for permission. Elder Water Dragon laughed and waved his hand. From now on, you are the chief of the dragons. You can make your own decisions regarding the affairs of the dragons. You don't need to ask for permission from others. Besleigh opened her mouth so wide that an egg could be stuffed into it. It took her a long time to react, and she hurriedly said, No, no. How can this be? The chief of the dragons needs to be elected by the Council of Elders. Besides, the current chief of the dragons is my father. How can I? Why not? Before Besleigh could finish, Elder Water Dragon interrupted her with a smile. Your father has long wanted to be the chief of the dragons. He's been asking me to find a suitable successor. As for the Council of Elders, you don't have to worry about it. I can immediately gather the members of the Council of Elders to solve this problem. Oh, I almost forgot. Besleigh, aren't you also a member of the Council of Elders? Besleigh fell silent. But from the current situation, whether she was willing or not, she had to take on this heavy responsibility. The dragons could no longer withstand any more blows. For Elder Water Dragon, Besleigh was the best candidate for the position of chief. First, she was already a divine powerhouse. Second, she was the only daughter of the current chief, R.A. Firth. In addition, she also held the position of an elder. Whether in terms of strength, bloodline, or prestige, Besleigh was qualified. Therefore, Elder Water Dragon even removed the word acting in front of the chief. He was directly the chief of the dragons, in charge of all the affairs of the clan. What about Ranerier? Besleigh thought for a long time and asked. Elder Water Dragon looked at Besleigh meaningfully. You don't have to worry about that. You just need to know that many dragons are very dissatisfied with him. If it weren't for the fact that we couldn't find anyone else, how could the position of acting chief fall to him? As long as they were exotic beasts, they would have a strong sense of territory. Their territory could be large or small. For example, the exotic beasts from the realm of the gods could expand their territory to cover an entire continent, or even an entire plane. If there was another exotic beast of the same strength in their territory, then the situation would be different. They would fight for their own territory. Either one side would be defeated and leave, or both sides would reach a relative balance. Of course, in this territory, all possible intelligent creatures were strictly prohibited from living, so they would not stop destroying. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, countless lightning balls fell and landed on the ground with loud explosions. Lightning dashed wildly on the ground, and those who were hit were all charred black and died on the spot. In a short while, the city was razed to the ground in the blink of an eye, as if someone had plowed through it. The one who created this masterpiece was the Thunder Rock of the 3 Divine Realm beasts. It was born with powerful lightning attacks and was very terrifying. In this area, this Divine Realm beast had no opponent. The Thunder Rock looked at its masterpiece with satisfaction and let out a proud cry. Just as it was about to flap its wings and fly away, its movement stopped. Its beast instinct made it feel that danger was approaching. In the sky not far away, a huge creature appeared. This creature slowly flapped its wings in the air, a pair of blood-red eyes staring at the Thunder Rock. The Thunder Rock spread its wings, and the feathers on its body stood up. Countless lightning bolts swam on its body. It stared at the huge creature in the sky with vigilance and let out a cry, the fighting spirit in its eyes growing stronger. The colossal frost dragon, this valiant undead creature that had been summoned, appeared in the sky above the destroyed city, blocking Lei Peng's path. Accompanying the colossal frost dragon was a withered figure. It was the Grand Elder of the Calamity Church, the divine Magus Necromancer, Merlin. Thunder Rock? It's actually a divine realm beast, the Thunder Rock. A guy who uses the power of lightning. That's not easy to deal with. Huomelin muttered to himself as he looked at the terrifying realm of the god's beast. At this moment, he frowned. But where did this realm of the god's beast come from? Without waiting for Huomelin to think carefully, the Thunder Rock had already pounced over with a shriek. It flapped its lightning-covered wings quickly, opened its mouth, and spat out a large amount of lightning toward the frost WYRM. White bone shield. Hummelin was shocked. He summoned the white bone shield to protect his body. The lightning bolts bombarded his body, causing his body to feel slightly numb. Frost breath. At this time, the frost dragon on the other side also began to roar. It opened its mouth and spat out a cold dragon breath, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by several dozen degrees in an instant. In the sky above the city that had been blasted into ruins, two exotic beasts with god-level strength continuously launched attacks at each other again and again. Frost energy and lightning energy collided with each other, creating large amounts of sparks. Frost Nova. Whitebone Spear. On the other side, Hummelin didn't stay idle. Under the cover of the frost dragon's huge body, he also joined the battle. He used necromancy magic to support the frost dragon while also participating in the attacks. The man and the dragon had a tacit understanding of each other, and their attacking methods were exceptionally ruthless. Facing a powerful opponent, the Thunder Rock's fighting spirit was also aroused. At this moment, its eyes had already turned blood red, and countless lightning bolts rained down as if they were free. At the same time, it even activated its lightning domain. The sky became gloomy and covered with dense dark clouds. Lightning bolts as thick as buckets continuously descended from the dark clouds, as if the end of the world had arrived. The frost dragon was also struck by several lightning bolts, but quickly recovered under Hummelin's treatment. This guy's strength isn't simple either, Hummelin sighed. At this time, he waved his staff and a series of cryptic incantations rushed out of his mouth. Curse spell, aging. At this time, the Thunder Rock felt its muscles aging at an extremely fast speed, and its strength was also declining. Slowly, it developed a feeling of powerlessness. A trace of fear flashed in the Thunder Rock's eyes. It stared fixedly at this unknown opponent and screamed. Its wings covered with lightning suddenly spread open and thunder boomed. Boom! A ball of blue light flashed, and then, with a few swoosh, swoosh, swoosh sounds, the Thunder Rock's figure turned into a few phantoms and quickly disappeared. The dark clouds quickly dispersed, and the sky returned to its clear state. Other than the city that had been blasted into ruins, everything was so beautiful. Sigh, that guy actually ran away? Hummelin slapped his head and said in annoyance. Grandpa Hummelin, Great Elder Hummelin. It was Vivian, Kadena, Shea, and the others. They had also rushed over from Undercity, but because their strength was too low, they didn't join the battle. What about the Celestial Realm beast? Kadena looked at the surrounding sky and didn't see any sign of the Celestial Realm beast. It ran away. Hummelin shrugged, and his tone was full of helplessness. It used the lightning elemental skill, Flash. I couldn't catch up even if I wanted to. Vivian sighed. That's really troublesome. I don't know which city will suffer the next time. Hummelin pondered for a moment. According to what you said, 2 Celestial Realm beasts have already appeared in our Noah continent. One is the Frost Eagle, and the other is the Thunder Rock just now. Hummelin stroked his head that didn't have much hair left. Fortunately, they didn't gather together. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble. No, I'm afraid there are already 3 of them. Vivian took a deep breath and said, according to the news from dragons, Celestial Realm beasts have also appeared there and destroyed the entire Dragon Island. Dragon Island? Kadena became nervous when she heard that. Dragons R.A. Firth and Frigga are not here. I'm afraid no one can stop that Celestial Realm beast. No, that Celestial Realm beast has been driven away. Vivian said with a smile. The one who did it was Bustling, Ron's mother. She has now become a Celestial Realm powerhouse. Ah, everyone exclaimed in unison. Everyone present was a Sacred Domain powerhouse. Naturally, they knew how difficult it was to advance to the Celestial Realm, but Bustling did it. 3 Celestial Realm beasts have already appeared in the Noah continent, but we only have 2 Celestial Realm powerhouses. Kadena sighed. If only Ron was here. Everyone fell silent. If Ron, R.A. Firth, and Frigga were here, why would they be afraid of a Celestial Realm beast? Should we inform Ron and the others to come back? Shea said suddenly. Call Ron and the others back? Everyone was shocked. Only then did they remember that before Lord Noah set off, he gave each of them a telepathic necklace. As long as something happened in the Noah continent, they could input energy into the necklace and inform them to end their cultivation and come back. At that time, Ron gave the necklace to Aurora. Chapter 786. The Land of Exile, Bartlow's Prison. Ron and the other survivors arrived at the 18th floor under the leadership of the domineering bald man. The 18th floor of Bartolo's prison was a huge dungeon. There were narrow passages in the dungeon, and the passages were paved with hard bluestone slabs. The passage was dimly lit and filled with a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. "Hurry up. We're about to reach the teleportation point." The domineering voice of the bald man came from the front. Ron and the others felt a chill in their hearts and hurriedly quickened their pace. After walking for about half an hour, Klein quietly approached Ron and whispered, "Ron, did you notice anything unusual?" "Unusual?" Ron was stunned for a moment and shook his head. "Nothing?" Klein frowned. "This is the last floor of Bartlow's prison. This place is usually where serious criminals are kept. It stands to reason that this place should be heavily guarded. But we've been walking for so long, and we haven't seen a single ancient guard." "That's right." Ron was also a smart person. He understood after hearing Klein's words. He pondered for a moment. "Then what should we do now?" "I don't know either." Klein spread his hands and took a deep breath. "I don't know why, but I keep having a feeling that we're being schemed against. This feeling makes me very uncomfortable." "Schemed against?" Ron was stunned. He didn't quite understand. "Anyway, be careful." Klein didn't explain clearly, but patted Ron's shoulder and said. Ron nodded. At this time, he felt something vibrate in front of his chest. He took it out and saw that it was the telepathic necklace that Sir Noah had given him. The other necklace should be in Aurora's hands. The telepathic necklace continued to vibrate, emitting a soft and resplendent light. Did something happen to the Scourge Church? Ron's heart sank. For more than 7 years, the telepathic necklace hadn't responded. He suddenly became nervous. "Ron!" Frigga's voice rang in his ears. Ron looked up and saw Frigga quickly rushing over with a telepathic necklace in her hand. The necklace emitted a dazzling light in the darkness. Ron was shocked. "Sir Frigga, yours too." "Mine lit up too," Firth said. "Mine too." "Me too." Beaumont clans Houchin and Nature's High Priestess Undine also took out their own telepathic necklaces. Without exception, all of their necklaces lit up at the same time. Everyone looked solemn. They knew that something had happened to the Noah continent. "We need to hurry," Undine said anxiously. She was worried about the safety of the elves. "I know, but we have no choice now. We can only move forward," Ron said helplessly. Klein had been watching all this with cold eyes. He had some doubts in his heart. The Noah continent? What had happened to the Noah continent? The realm of the god's beast Phoenix arrived in the sky above a city. Looking at the city, it let out a high-pitched cry. At this time, its movements paused, and its cold eyes looked into the distant sky. It felt threatened. This threat came from another realm of the god's powerhouse. The frost eagle, an exotic beast from the realm of the gods that had been born in the land of extreme ice, had also arrived in the sky above the city that the Phoenix was about to destroy. It glared at the Phoenix with its blood-red eyes, releasing its hostility without hesitation. Even on the main plane, when two different species of beasts from the divine domain met, they would often fight to the death, ending with one side's complete defeat. This time was no exception. The Noah continent was too small. It was so small that it was impossible for them not to meet. The two realm of the gods' beasts met and confronted each other in the sky. One was the king of ice, the other was the spirit of fire. The two completely opposite attributes added a touch of hostility to this conflict. What's that?" The people in the city looked up and saw the two terrifying figures in the sky. They couldn't help but be stunned. "It looks like two birds. So cute," a girl said. "Nonsense. Have you ever seen such big birds? They're magical beasts. They must be powerful magical beasts without a doubt." Another person retorted. "What are they doing?" In the city, the people on the streets stopped and watched, whispering softly. They had no idea that danger was approaching. The frost eagle stared coldly at the phoenix. It gently flapped its wings and unscrupulously released an aqua-blue frost energy. The phoenix cried out, not showing any signs of weakness. It faced the powerful fire energy with equal harshness. A great battle was about to break out. In the end, the frost eagle couldn't hold back and attacked first. It flapped its wings, and several icicles shot out like meteors across the sky, blasting toward the phoenix. Fire shield. As the dangerous aura descended, the phoenix did not panic. It raised its head and let out a shriek. Then, it propped up a huge flame shield. In an instant, the phoenix's body blazed with flames like a red sun. Boom! Several icicles blasted out of the fire shield. Countless ice energy bounced off and sputtered in all directions. Boom! 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 Countless icicles fell on the streets of the city, causing earth-shattering explosions. The fist-sized ice buds smashed into people's heads. The lighter ones were seriously injured, while the heavier ones were killed on the spot. Heavens, what is this? Run. No one knew who said this, but the people on the streets seemed to have woken up from a dream. They scattered in all directions. The streets were in chaos. At this moment, the people finally realized that the creatures in the sky weren't cute birds, but two terrifying fiends. At this moment, the phoenix flew into the sky. It screeched and spat out a pillar of fire, blasting it toward the frost eagle. The frost eagle dodged to the side, avoiding the oncoming pillar of fire. Boom! The huge pillar of fire didn't deviate and directly blasted into the central area of the city, causing a deafening sound. The scorching waves of fire quickly spread, swallowing everything in the surroundings. The bustling city had turned into chaos and disorder. People screamed, trampled, and ran for their lives. In the sky, flames and frost continued to fall, causing more casualties to the chaotic people. Collapsed houses, burning towers, panicked people, injured men, crying children, all of these formed a hellish scene. Why aren't you fighting back? Hurry, kill them for me. Hurry. I didn't spend so much money to hire you guys just to watch a show. In the tallest obelisk in the city lord dressed in martial attire shouted at several magisters. At this moment, he was like an angry lion, roaring crazily. This was because this city was his everything. His family, his wealth, they were all here. The old magisters looked at each other and bowed in unison. I'm sorry, City Lord. I'm now formally submitting my resignation to you. What? Resignation? Are you guys crazy? When the City Lord heard this, he became even more furious. He sneered, Good, since it's like this, according to the relevant laws of the Magicians Guild, those who voluntarily resign before the end of the contract have to pay the employer 3 times the compensation. Agree. I agree. No problem. When the City Lord said this, the magisters nodded like chickens pecking at rice. An old magister even said, I completely agree with the City Lord's suggestion. How about this? We will leave first. The issue of compensation will be settled through the Magicians Guild. City Lord, is this okay? Yes. Yes, let's do it. The magisters agreed in unison. At this moment, the City Lord was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. He wanted to use a large amount of compensation to make all the magisters submit, but who knew that these magisters wouldn't listen to him. When it came to the problem of money in life, the magisters made a good choice. You guys, the City Lord panicked. He never thought this would happen. He couldn't understand why these magisters didn't even want the money. At this moment, the magisters started chanting incantations. They were going to use teleport to leave. City Lord, give up. We have no hope at all. Those two in the sky aren't ordinary guys. They are 2 super terrifying beasts from the divine realm. A young magister couldn't bear to see his employer in such a daze before leaving, so he kindly reminded him. After he finished speaking, his figure turned into a circle of light and disappeared. Ah, beasts from the divine realm? What did you say? Beasts from the divine realm? When all the magisters left, the City Lord reacted as if he had just woken up from a dream. At this moment, he finally understood why these high and mighty magisters would rather pay such a large amount of compensation than fight with those two beasts. Good heavens, those were beasts from the divine realm. Run! At this moment, the city lord only had one thought in his mind, and that was to run as far away as possible. He had just run a few steps when he heard a boom. A pillar of fire as thick as a water bucket hit the obelisk, and the entire tower burned fiercely in the sky. The battle between the Phoenix and the Frost Eagle was still ongoing. The prosperous city below them had long since become a ruin of burning flames and covered in frost. Boom! Boom! After two loud explosions, the red and white figures in the sky separated. They turned in a circle and faced each other from a distance. Both sides had suffered some injuries, but they weren't serious. The feathers on the Phoenix and the Frost Eagle's bodies stood up one by one. They let out sharp screeches, frantically venting their anger. At this moment, the two divine realm beasts stopped moving. They raised their heads at the same time and looked to the east. They saw that in the east, another terrifying beast had appeared at some point. This beast gently flapped its wings covered in lightning. Its eyes were bloodshot as it stared fixedly at the Phoenix and the Frost Eagle. Chapter 787. The Thunder Rock's eyes were bloodshot. This was because it felt threatened by the other two realm of the god's beasts. The Phoenix and Frost Eagle were also coldly staring at it, their gazes unfriendly. At this moment, the Thunder Rock was enraged. It let out a loud cry, and all the feathers on its body stood on end. Then, it opened its mouth and summoned two huge balls of lightning, attacking the two beasts separately. The two strange beasts from the god realm also felt provoked, and both of them counterattacked. For a moment, the power of the three major attributes of lightning, fireballs, and icicles filled the air as if brilliant fireworks had bloomed. Red, purple, and white alternated in appearance, and the dark sky was as bright as day. It was very lively. The ground was also inevitably damaged. After all, the power of the realm of the gods was not something that ordinary power could compare to. Every time they attacked, they would cause deep damage to the ground of the Noah continent. A bolt of lightning fell, and the several 100-meter-tall buildings were instantly razed to the ground. A pillar of fire descended, turning the entire area into a sea of fire. Then, it was completely frozen by an icy aura that fell from the sky. Haha, that's great. Destroy to your heart's content. At this moment, a familiar black figure appeared in the sky. That old woman looked at the three realm of the god's beasts that she had painstakingly nurtured killing each other. Not only was she not surprised, she was even dancing with joy. At this moment, her eyes were filled with the joy of revenge. Noah, did you see all this? By the time you came back, this place would have been turned into ruins. The old woman muttered. Her sunken eyes revealed an ominous glint. Suddenly, she shivered. Not good. Someone's coming. Quickly hide. The old woman was startled. She unfolded her black robe and wrapped it around herself, instantly disappearing into the sky. At this time, two black figures appeared in the distance. They approached from afar and quickly rushed over. One of them was the great elder of the Scourge Church, and the other was the patriarch of the dragons, Bustling. They were currently the only two realm of the gods' powerhouses on the Noah continent. They were also the closest people to Ron. They're actually fighting? Hamelin looked at the three realm of the gods' beasts fighting, and he could not suppress the surprise in his eyes. That's great, that's great. If they're killing each other, we won't have to waste so much effort. Once they're exhausted, we'll get rid of them. Hamelin smiled, gently twirling his beard. Beasts are beasts. They don't have any intelligence. Is that so? Bustling was clearly worried. She was far from being optimistic as Hamelin. In any case, these realm of the gods beasts fighting in the Noah continent has caused enough damage, Bustling said as she pointed at the city destroyed by the three divine beasts. There's nothing we can do about it. Hamelin's Bustling, S-Wings, and the lightnings. The gods is the god beasts. The phoenix, frost eagle, and thunder rock, the three divine birds, turned their heads at the same time, their terrifying killing intent locking onto the two of them. In an instant, they changed targets. Hamelin was shocked. Not good. They're going to attack us. Without any warning, the three realm of the gods' beasts attacked. Pillars of fire, balls of ice, and thunderbolts rained down on the two of them as if they were free. Transform! Bustling let out a low roar. Her body suddenly expanded like a balloon. Then, a huge dark dragon appeared. Bustling flapped her huge wings in the air, constantly roaring. Frost Dragon. Hamelin also summoned his Frost Dragon. The two huge fellows appeared in the sky above the destroyed city, unscrupulously releasing terrifying power. Boom! In an instant, Hamelin and Bustling fought with the three realm of the gods' beasts. The flames of war burned the sky, and the confrontation of realm of the gods caused the space to tremble. As soon as the two sides came into contact, Hamelin and Bustling were completely at a disadvantage. Their strength might be on par with any of the three realm of the gods' beasts, but don't forget, they were only two people. Soon, the Frost Dragon was hit by the Phoenix's fire pillar, and it was seriously injured. Death Coil. Hamelin had no choice but to use Death Coil to heal it. Soon, the Frost Dragon was as good as new, full of energy. Kiki, the old woman hiding in a dark corner, laughed proudly. You think they'll kill each other? Hee hee. You're too naive. As long as I use a little trick, I can make them target you. It's useless, you're dead. What should we do? They can't beat those realm of the gods' beasts at all. On the ground, Vivian, who had been watching, said anxiously. Beside her stood Kadena, Aurora, Delin, Shea, and a few others, but they did not participate in the battle. After all, their strength was too far apart. Their strength is almost the same. I think it's just a matter of numbers. Shea said in a low voice. If we have one more realm of the gods' powerhouse, I believe we should be able to finish them off. At the very least, it could be a draw. Delin sighed. If only Ron was here. Kadena turned to Aurora. Aurora, is there any news from Ron and the others? No. Aurora shook her head. I believe everyone, including Ron, has received an emergency message, but for some reason, they haven't been able to come back. For now, I can only confirm that they're safe. No matter what, it's fine as long as they're safe. Kadena breathed a sigh of relief. These women loved Ron more than themselves. As long as Ron was fine, they were fine with anything. By the way, Sister Shea, where are the two little guys? Haven't you found them yet? Kadena thought of her son, Saya, and turned to ask Shea. I can't find them. Shea shook her head. I don't know where they're hiding this time. I've sent many people to look for them, but it's all in vain. I even posted a mission in the Mercenary Union, but no one could provide accurate information. I see. Kadena's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. She sighed silently and said worriedly, now it's chaos everywhere. I hope they're fine. Everyone was worried about Isis and Saya, but the two little guys didn't appear in front of their mother as she wished. After leaving the ice field, they appeared in Undercity, which was thousands of kilometers away. The two used undead magic and sneaked into Kadena's room. Mother, I'm back. Saya pushed open the door, but found nothing. Kadena wasn't there, but it woke up the two maids in Kadena's room. Young Master Saya, Miss Isis, you're back? Oh my God. Thank the heavens, Your Highness Princess Katina, young Master Saya, is finally safe. Suddenly seeing Isis and Saya, the two maids were surprised and happy. They couldn't believe their eyes. It's you? Where's my mother? Saya blinked his eyes and asked curiously. Princess Kadena went out with Madame Shea, Madame Aurora, Madame Vivian, and Madame Delin. Where are you going? Before the young maid could finish her words, Isis had already pulled Saya up and the two of them rushed out like a gust of wind. Isis, where are we going? Saya said to Isis as he ran down the long corridor. We're going to find my mother. I have to report this matter to them. Isis said as she ran. Not long after, there was a knock on the door of Becerra's room. Becerra frowned after listening to the two children's breathless narration. Isis shook Becerra's arm and asked, Mother, where does the great elder cultivate? Quickly take me to him. Now only Grand Elder can deal with that god realm exotic beast. We already know this news. Basara sighed silently. She lovingly patted Isis and Saya's heads. This time, it's not just one god realm exotic beast that appeared, but three. Grand Elder is already rushing over. What? 3 god realm exotic beasts? Isis and Saya were both shocked. We're finished. 3 god realm exotic beasts. Even if Grand Elder comes out, he can't deal with 3 god realm exotic beasts. Isis sat on the ground and said dejectedly, "Yeah, Noah Continent is finished." Saya said dejectedly, "Noah Continent won't be finished." Basara smiled. "Although your father, grandfather, and Frigga aren't here, the Dragon's clan leader Bustling, who is also your grandmother, is already rushing over. She has already advanced to the god realm. Grandmother is already a god realm expert." Isis and Saya were both surprised and delighted when they heard this. "If that's the case, our side has a higher chance of winning," Isis said excitedly. 3-2, we're still short one. Saya counted a few little fingers and said innocently. This time, Isis was also at her wit's end. Their side was indeed at a disadvantage. At this moment, Basara's beautiful eyebrows rose slightly. "Do you mean that as long as we have one more god realm expert, we can solve the problem of these 3 god realm exotic beasts?" "Yes, of course," Isis and Saya said in unison. Basara sighed. "Follow me." Isis and Saya looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Could it be that there was a 3rd god realm expert in the Noah continent? They didn't know the inside story and could only follow. Basara brought Isis and Saya down the stairs and came to the end of the underground corridor. It was dark and gloomy, as if no one had been here for a long time. Basara came to the front of a huge stone door. There were 2 lit torches in front of it. Basara gently twisted the one on the right. Zap, zap, zap. The sound of mechanism rolling could be heard. Under the astonished gazes of the 2 children, the heavy stone door slowly rose. Immediately after, a turbid gas filled the air through the stone door. This gas was mixed with a stench, the smell of sweat, and a trace of wildness. It was as if a hungry beast was locked inside, full of a dangerous aura. "Annie Basara, be careful." Saya's expression changed. In a flash, he stood in front of Basara and used his small body to protect her. Isis also looked nervous. At this moment, she had already taken out her bone staff. "Don't be nervous, my little hero." Basara smiled and lovingly patted his head. "It's your Uncle K inside." "Uncle K?" Isis and Saya were stunned. At this moment, K's loud voice came from inside the stone door. Chapter 788. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps could be heard coming from the room. Every step seemed to stomp on everyone's heart. It was as if a huge beast was walking, filled with a dangerous aura that made people uneasy. Not long after, a 2-meter-tall youth with an unusually tall and sturdy figure walked out of the room. It was K. At this moment, his upper body was naked, and he was only wearing a pair of pants. However, his pants were already filled with holes of various sizes. It was unknown how long it had been since he washed them, and his body was filled with a pungent smell. At this moment, K was already in adult Beaumont. In his human form, he was a burly man. His muscles were filled with explosive strength, and he emitted a tyrannical aura. "Sister." When K saw Basara, he smiled and greeted her. Then, his gaze fell on the 2 children. His tyrannical aura scared the 2 children so much that they kept shrinking back. "You're Isis." K's eyes lit up. He looked Isis up and down and grinned. "I haven't seen you for a few years, and you've grown up so much. I almost couldn't recognize you." Then, he glanced at Saya and hesitated. "Sister, you've been in closed-door cultivation for a few years. No wonder Isis couldn't recognize you," Basara said with a smile. She pointed at Saya. "This is Kadina's son. Look at my memory. Aren't you Saya? I even hugged you when you were young," Kay said with a smile as he slapped his huge head. Ever since Ron and the others went to the other plane, Kay also entered closed-door cultivation. In these few years, in order to comprehend the mysteries of power, he didn't take a step out of the basement. Even the food was sent by Becerra every day. Uncle Kay, are you a God Realm expert now? Isis looked at Kay and asked timidly. That's right. I'm a God Realm expert now. Kay smiled and answered with certainty. That's great. Isis and Saya both cheered. Elder sister, what's going on? Among them, only Kay was still confused and asked. It's like this, Kay. I need your help with this matter. Becerra stopped smiling and told her what had happened. Kay listened attentively. Not long after, her brows furrowed even tighter. Strange beasts from the realm of the gods. After Kay heard this, she took a deep breath. She had already realized the severity of the situation. That's right, a celestial realm beast. Becerra nodded and said, although I don't know where these strange beasts came from, they definitely wouldn't appear out of thin air. Now that Ron and the others aren't here, the great elder and matriarch Bustling of the dragons have already rushed over. Kay, we need your strength. Got it, Kay replied solemnly. I'll be right there. Boom, boom. The battle between the three celestial realm beasts and Homelin and Bustling was reaching its climax. Flames, frost, and lightning intertwined to form a terrifying storm. The center of the storm was a forbidden zone for life. Phoenix, Thunder Rock, and Frost Eagle, the three celestial realm beasts, activated their domains. Homelin and Bustling were no exception. Death Withering and Corrosive Flame were activated, and the entire sky was pitch black. Despite Homelin and Bustling's tenacious sniping, they were still no match for the three celestial realm beasts. They seemed to have abandoned all prejudices in an instant and focused their firepower on the two of them. In a situation where the overall strength of the beast was not too far apart, Homelin and Bustling were beaten to a pulp. Homelin's black robe had been burned with many holes, and some of them were still emitting smoke. His eyebrows and beard were charred black, and he looked quite miserable. After one frost dragon was destroyed, he summoned another one. Bustling's situation was similar. With her huge body, she was besieged by three celestial realm beasts. Even if the dark dragon had a certain degree of magic immunity, it could not withstand the bombardment of three celestial realm beasts of the same strength as her. At this moment, she was wounded all over, and her scales were broken and bleeding slightly. She was still gritting her teeth and bitterly holding on. Good, good. Hurry up and kill them. In a hidden corner on the ground, the mysterious old woman's eyes lit up, and she was dancing with joy. Suddenly, a powerful aura came from the distant sky. What? The old woman's eyes widened. The powerful aura coming from the distance was a celestial realm expert. Who is it? Homelin and Bustling also became nervous. It was already very difficult for them to resist the attacks of three celestial realm beasts. If another celestial realm beast came, they would have no choice but to give up. Closer, even closer. The powerful aura of a celestial realm expert covered the sky and approached an extremely fast speed. At this time, a burly figure appeared in the sky and rushed straight into the center of the battle. You are Kay. Seeing the burly man suddenly appear, Homelin was stunned for a moment, and then he was surprised and delighted. It's me. I'm here. A confident voice came from the burly man's mouth. His eyes swept over the celestial realm beasts, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. His face sank, and he smiled. All of this should be over in the spatial rift of the Noah continent. In the room of Mary, the servant of the Noah continent, a crystal ball lay quietly on the table. Light flowed through the crystal ball, displaying a beautiful scene. Mary's eyes were fixed on the crystal ball, and her expression was nervous. At this time, a figure pushed open the door and rushed in. Mary was shocked and immediately stood up. When she saw the person who came in, she bowed respectfully. Master, the person who came in was Noah, but at this time, he was only a clone. How is the situation now? Noah found a seat in the room and sat down, minding his own business. The situation is very good. Homelin and Bustling have rushed over, and there is also a Beaumont. Kay has also become a celestial realm expert, Mary said with a smile. The moment she saw Kay rush over, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kay has also become a celestial realm expert? Isn't that a Beaumont? This is really out of my expectations, Noah said in surprise. Mary stepped forward and said with a smile, Master, your main body doesn't need to rush back from the mortal plane. The situation here is already under control. Mary knew that Noah had important matters to attend to in the mortal plane, so she hurriedly dismissed this concern. Noah thought for a moment and shook his head, directly rejecting Mary's suggestion. No, my main body still needs to rush back and deal with this matter. Mary was stunned. Why? Noah took a deep breath. I don't know why, but I have been feeling a little uneasy during this period of time, as if something bad is about to happen. Mary was silent for a moment. Master, have you been too tired during this period of time? No. Noah shook his head decisively. I don't know how to put it, but this feeling has been haunting my heart, and I can't get rid of it. You must know that the appearance of these 3 celestial realm beasts on the Noah continent is no coincidence. Someone must have brought them to the Noah continent. Could it be her? Noah thought for a moment, and a figure once again appeared in his mind. It was a young and beautiful woman who was staring at him with hatred in her eyes. Lord Noah, who are you talking about? Mary asked. An enemy. Lord Noah thought for a moment and said, When I was roaming the mortal plane, I once killed a celestial realm beast. Before she died, she said that she would definitely come back for revenge. I was wondering if it was her. It can't be, right? Mary was even more surprised. Since Master has already killed her, then she must be dead. How could she come back for revenge? Because she has a special ability. As long as her soul isn't destroyed, she can be reborn, Noah said in a low voice. He then paused. Of course, all of this is just a guess. I don't know if it was her, but Noah waved his hand and gestured for Mary to come closer. He then whispered a few words into her ear. Mary listened carefully at first, but the more she listened, the wider her mouth became. It was so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed into it, and her eyes were filled with intense disbelief. Mary suddenly realized that Lord Noah's words were like his last words. Chapter 789. It's Kay. We're saved. Kadina's eyes flashed with excitement. She recognized the identity of the Beaumont beast. It was none other than Kay, who had been cultivating in seclusion in Undercity. She didn't expect him to become a God Realm powerhouse at this moment. I didn't expect him to become a God Realm powerhouse one step ahead of me. Shea shook her head regretfully. The Beaumont bloodline is too powerful. Kai let out a low roar. At this time, his body suddenly changed. Countless black hair grew out of his body, and at the same time, he rapidly expanded. Sharp claws grew out of his fingers, and sharp teeth appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not long after, a large adult behemoth appeared in front of everyone, emitting a berserk aura. Well done, Kay. Bustling smiled and said, If it wasn't for your aura, I would have thought that Lord Hao-Chin had returned. Kay smiled, revealing sharp canine teeth. Let's go together, Aunt Bustling. It's time to end the lives of these 3 madmen. After saying that, he raised his huge fist and punched out. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle began again, but the situation had changed. With the addition of Kay, Hummel inside had become stronger. The 3 of them constantly joined forces to launch wave after wave of attacks, beating the 3 God Realm beasts into a sorry state. Kay transformed into a huge Beaumont beast. His body was taller than his grandfather Hao-Chin by a head. His muscles bulged, and his sharp claws emitted a sharp light. Kay was very depressed. Since he stepped into the God Realm and was promoted from a golden Beaumont to a Beaumont beast, his hair began to degenerate, slowly losing its luster and finally turning black. At this moment, Kay seemed to have lost his golden Beaumont bloodline and became an ordinary Beaumont beast, no different from his grandfather Hao-Chin. Nevertheless, The tyrannical and ferocious power of the Beaumont beast was still vividly displayed by Kay. Among the three of them, he was the strongest. The strength of each of Kay's punches was as heavy as 1,000 average. His opponent, the terrifying God Realm Beast Phoenix, was beaten to a pulp. Boom! In the sky, two huge figures, one red and one black, fiercely collided, and then quickly separated, and then confronted each other from a distance. The red figure was the Phoenix. At this moment, it had suffered a lot of injuries, but by relying on its sturdy fire element armor and strong recovery ability, it was able to continue fighting. On the other hand, Kay's hair was scorched, and he looked very miserable. However, the injuries on his body were not as serious as they looked on the surface. Again, Kay smiled coldly and gently crooked his finger. The slightly raised corner of his mouth fully displayed his confidence. The Phoenix was thoroughly enraged by Kay's provocation. It screamed, and the flames on its body burned brightly. A powerful fire element aura swept out, and it pounced towards Kay. The first move it made was a powerful domain forbidden spell. Flames burned the heavens. Countless flames appeared out of nowhere, burning the horizon. The sky was burned red, and the air became hot. The space around Kay was like an oven. The danger was approaching, but Kay did not panic. He took a step back, took a deep breath, and stared at the Phoenix and slowly punched out. The so-called magic, has always been a flashy thing. Power. Only unstoppable power is the origin of everything in this world. Kay's eyes were brimming with fighting spirit. He stretched out his hand, and a powerful force suddenly burst out, piercing the air and making a loud sound, just like an explosion. The power of the Beaumont clan's most ancient martial arts was perfectly displayed at this moment. Rock-shattering sky fist. Kay's figure was very fast, and in an instant, he broke through the light circle that surrounded the Phoenix. Then, under the Phoenix's shocked eyes, he fiercely punched its chest. The Phoenix did not expect Kay to be able to break its fire shield with a single punch. Without the protection of the fire shield, its fragile body could no longer withstand the terrifying power of Kay's strange punch. It let out a wail, and its body rapidly fell down like a cannonball. Boom! With a loud sound, the Phoenix's body crashed into the mountain, and the entire mountain collapsed. Countless boulders fell on the Phoenix's body, and smoke and dust filled the air. The Phoenix was crushed by countless boulders. It struggled a few times, let out a wail, and then stopped moving. Okay, good job. Homelin and Besley saw this scene and gave him a thumbs up. Then, they turned their attention to the remaining opponents, the Thunder Rock and the Frost Eagle. I also have to work harder, or I will be defeated by Kay. Homelin said to himself. Come on, Frost Dragon. Homelin waved the bone staff in his hand and pointed it forward. The Frost Dragon suddenly rushed out, and before the Thunder Rock could attack, it spat out a cold dragon breath. The cold dragon breath hit the Thunder Rock, and the Thunder Rock's movement stopped. Its body had been completely frozen by the cold dragon breath of the Frost Dragon. Then, it was blasted into pieces by the bone spear thrown by Homelin. How could this be? The old woman could not believe her eyes. In just a few minutes, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. The three Celestial Realm beasts that had a great advantage just now were defeated. For a moment, the old woman felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, and her hands and feet trembled involuntarily. The girls below looked at each other and all breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that the Noah continent was saved. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Frost Eagle flapped its wings and tried to escape, but Besley caught up and blocked its path. The Black Dragon's melee ability was strong, and the Frost Eagle was far inferior. Close combat was its weakness. Not long after, under Besley's giant claws, the Frost Eagle's head exploded like a watermelon. It did not look like it would survive. The battle was finally over, and the onlookers Kadena and the others breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They looked at each other and smiled. These guys are so weak that they can't even withstand a single blow. Kay laughed, changed back to her human form, and landed on the ground. It's finally done. Now, let's look at our spoils of war. Kay was talking about the magic cores on the heads of the celestial realm beasts. That was the most valuable thing on a celestial realm beast. I haven't seen the magic cores of the celestial realm beasts either. At this time, Bustling changed into her human form and said with a smile in the air. Kay quickly walked to the corpse of the celestial realm beast Phoenix, stretched out her huge fist, and punched out. Pa! The Phoenix's head exploded like a watermelon, and brain matter splattered everywhere. Kay dug a few times in the Phoenix's head, and after a while a stone-like fist-sized crystal was pulled out. This crystal was dark red and stained with a lot of blood, but could not hide the bright luster inside, as well as the extremely powerful fire energy. So beautiful. Bustling let out a heartfelt exclamation. The powerful fire energy emitted by this magic core was fascinating. At this time, Hamelin also withdrew his necromancy magic, landed on the ground, and said with a smile, "This is the first time a magic core of celestial realm beast has appeared on the Noah continent. If this level of material were to be auctioned in the open market regardless of the price, it would definitely cause everyone to go crazy." Magic cores of celestial realm beasts were extremely versatile. Not only were they needed to refine weapons and armor, but they were also very useful for enchantment, jewelry, medicine, and so on. Especially high-grade magic cores. They could even be used to refine sacred artifacts. But unfortunately, no celestial realm beast had ever appeared on the Noah continent. Even the sacred domain beasts only appeared on the Omlos continent. Naturally, magic cores of celestial realm beasts were impossible to talk about. On the Noah continent, these things were simply priceless. Kay looked at the corpses of the Thunder Rock and Frost Eagle and said with a laugh, "A total of 3 celestial realm beast corpses. I think there's no need for us to fight over them. Each of us can have one. That's how it should be." Hamelin nodded with a smile. This method of distribution was naturally the fairest. At this time, Bustling pondered for a moment and said to Kay with some difficulty, "Kay, if it's possible, give me the magic core of the Phoenix beast from the celestial realm. I feel that this thing is useful to me." Kay grinned and said with a smile, "No problem, Annie Bustling. If you think this magic core is useful, just take it. As for the other 2 magic cores, I'll just take one of them." After saying that, she waved her hand, and the priceless magic core of the celestial realm beast flew out from Kay's hand and drew a beautiful arc in the air. "Thank you, Kay." Bustling thanked her sincerely and then reached out to receive it. It was too late to say anything. At this time, with a swish, a black shadow appeared out of thin air and intercepted the magic core of the celestial realm beast in front of Bustling. Who was so bold as to snatch something under the eyes of 3 celestial realm powerhouses? Not only Bustling, but even the onlookers Kay, Hamelin, and Vivian were dumbfounded. The black shadow that suddenly appeared was someone they did not know. Bustling calmed down. Only then did she realize that the fellow who suddenly appeared only had the strength of the sacred domain. A sacred domain powerhouse, snatching something from the hands of 3 celestial realm powerhouses. Normally, there was only one reason. She was tired of living. Before the 3 of them could react, the magic cores in the heads of the Thunder Rock and Frost Eagle automatically flew out, as if attracted by something, and flew into the hands of that person at an extremely fast speed. "Who are you?" Bustling looked up and down at the old woman who suddenly appeared and asked curiously, "Why did you snatch our magic cores?" "Your magic cores?" The old woman clenched the 3 magic cores tightly in her hands as she stared at the 3 of them with eyes filled with hatred. She gritted her teeth and spoke out word by word. "You damn bastards, you actually ruined my plan. Damn it. All of you deserve to die." The old woman screamed like crazy. Chapter 790. In the ruined city, Kay, Hamelin, and Bustling, the 3 powerhouses of the god's domain, surrounded the mysterious old woman. With the strength of the sacred domain, Under the encirclement of the three powerhouses of the god's domain, it was impossible for her to escape, not to mention that Shea and the others were watching from the side. Who is that old woman? Is she a powerhouse of the sacred domain of our council? Kadena asked curiously. Vivian thought for a while and shook her head. I don't know. I've never seen this guy before. Shea frowned. This guy? What a strange aura. Besley looked up and down at the old woman and said politely, These three beasts of the god's domain were hunted by the three of us, so their magic ore should belong to us. No matter what your purpose is, there is no reason for you to take things from us. Stop playing, old woman. Kay narrowed her eyes slightly and said lazily, Take the things back. In front of us, three powerhouses of the god's domain, you, who only has the strength of the sacred domain, have no ability to decide the ownership of the three magic cores. The old woman laughed sinisterly, and her resentful eyes swept over Kay and the others. She said coldly, Is that so? Hamelin had a bad feeling in his heart. It was reasonable to say that the guy who only had the strength of the sacred domain could not be so calm in front of them. What was she relying on? The old woman's eyes swept over Hamelin, Besley, and the others, and finally fell on Kay. She smiled sinisterly, gritted her teeth, and said word by word, You are dead. After saying that, under the exclamations of Besley and the others, she swallowed the three magic cores in her hands as fast as she could. What's going on? Kadena was shocked. She swallowed the magic cores. Shea's face sank. Aurora said, What does she want to do? Damn it, give them back. Seeing the three priceless magic cores of the god's domain beasts being swallowed by the old woman, Kay was anxious. Boom! In an instant, the old woman, who had swallowed the three magic cores of the god's domain beasts, burst out with a dazzling brilliance. At this time, the old woman's figure slowly rose, and a large amount of red light appeared on her body, forming a huge fireball in the air, like the sun, radiating light in all directions. What stunned Kay and the others was that the old woman's sacred domain beasts were sacred domain beasts of the domain beasts of the god's domain beasts. Early Saint Realm, Mid Saint Realm, High Saint Realm, Peak Saint Realm, the old woman's to the domain's domains. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the light around the old woman's body became even brighter. In an instant, a powerful energy filled the sky, forming an extremely low pressure that was filled with a dangerous and terrifying aura. God, how is that? Her strength has already reached the God realm. Besley's face paled, and she took a step back in horror. An ordinary sacred domain expert had become a God realm expert in a matter of minutes. This matter was far beyond her imagination. Her strength is still growing. This is too scary. Hamelin's expression was solemn. His grip on the bone staff tightened, and his palms were slick with cold sweat. This is impossible. Kay shuddered, for she could feel that the mysterious old woman's strength had begun to surpass her own. The powerful God realm aura was overwhelming, causing a chill to rise from the bottom of one's heart. The most frightening thing was that the old woman's strength was still growing. The magic cores of the Phoenix, Thunder Rock, and Frost Eagle, these three strange beasts from the realm of the gods, were constantly fusing and colliding within the old woman's body. In the end, they transformed into a red energy that was like the rising sun, illuminating all directions. Under this powerful force, the whole world seemed to be trembling. She's already a mid-level god realm. In a room in a space crack on the Noah continent, Noah's eyes were fixed on the screen as he slowly said, That old woman's current strength had far surpassed all the powerhouses on the Noah continent, and Noah could no longer sit still. Master, who is she? Mary looked at the crystal ball and asked in astonishment. A crazy woman. Noah sighed slightly, and the corners of his mouth raised into a bitter smile. This is a conflict between me and her. I didn't expect that she would actually come looking for me. That was a matter of a few years ago, when I was training in the main plane. I met her. She's a super-ranked divine beast with terrifying strength. Divine beast? She's actually a divine beast? Mary asked in surprise. Yes, a divine beast. Noah waved his hand and said in a deep voice, she's a terrifying creature of a higher level than a god realm magical beast. According to legend, her strength is not inferior to a god's existence. Right now, she's not at her peak strength. She's recovering. Once she recovers all her strength, she'll be the most powerful and terrifying divine beast. At that time, I broke in her territory. That place was called the Cinderwoods. Yes, the Cinderwoods. That was the only way for me to go to Sky City, but I didn't expect to be blocked by her. Noah said slowly as he sank into his memories. The two of us had a disagreement, so we fought in the Cinderwoods. Our strength was about the same, and the fight lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Mary was flustered as she listened. One could imagine how fierce the battle was at that time. But Noah seemed to be talking about an unimportant matter, his face full of indifference. And then? You defeated her? Mary asked. Noah nodded. Yes, I killed her. Mary exclaimed. Then isn't she dead? Yes, she died. But she came back to life later, Noah said, sighing silently. Mary sighed as she listened. She didn't expect that the old woman was Master's enemy in the main plane, and that she came to Noah mainland to seek revenge. She's already a high-level god realm. Noah's gaze turned to the crystal ball, his expression dignified. He finally realized the seriousness of the matter. He sighed and said with a bitter smile, It seems that whether I'm willing or not, I have to rush back from the main plane. If this continues, the entire Noah mainland will be finished. As Noah said this, a trace of killing intent flashed in the corner of his eyes. Mary's heart trembled. She knew that Master was finally enraged. At this time, the red light in the fireball gradually faded, revealing the scene inside. At this time, the old woman who was wrapped in the fireball had disappeared and was replaced by a beautiful young woman with a cold face. The red light slowly dissipated, revealing the young woman's beautiful face. She sneered slightly, her red phoenix eyes revealing a monstrous, killing intent, as if she wanted to devour everything in the world. After swallowing the magic cores of the 3 god realm beasts, the old woman's strength finally recovered. She seemed to have been reborn dozens of years younger, and her face glowed with radiance, radiant and beautiful. Kay, Hamelin, and Bustling were already stunned. All right, Master, what kind of divine beast is she? She's so strong? Mary thought for a moment and asked. She was curious about the identity of this divine beast. Noah stared at the crystal ball for a long time before slowly spitting out a few words. Chapter 791. Everyone stared at the ball of light in the sky. The power in the ball of light slowly dissipated, and the young woman who had regained her youth stood quietly in the sky, coldly watching everything in the world. At this moment, the might, bearing, and power she exuded had far exceeded the scope of everyone's understanding. Who? Who is she? Why is she so powerful? Besley's eyes were filled with fear as she asked. Her strength has surpassed that of Demon Sophia from 7 years ago. Hamelin's face was tense, and the muscles on his face trembled slightly. She's even infinitely close to the resurrected Grand Commander of the Burning Legion. Kay said in a trembling voice, Mary told me that Lord Noah has left the Noah continent. Is this the prelude to the destruction of the Noah continent? The young woman stood in the sky with her hands behind her back, and her beautiful eyes swept across the faces of Kay, Hamelin, and Bustling, her cold eyes without a trace of emotion. Bustling swallowed hard and asked boldly, Your Excellency, who are you? Why have you come to our Noah continent? Now that things had developed to this point, if they still could not guess that the other party was a god realm powerhouse from another plane, they would not be able to survive. You? The young woman smiled coldly and raised her hand slightly, killing intent in the corners of her eyes. You don't have the right to ask for my name. With a swish, she suddenly attacked without warning. An orange-red power blasted out through her slender fingers like a sharp sword. Boom! Besley was caught off guard and was hit head-on by the power. She screamed and fell down. Besley, Aunt Besley, Kay, and Homelin were shocked. They did not expect that the dark dragon Besley, who had advanced to Godrealm Powerhouse, could not even take a single blow from the other party. What frightened them even more was that the power released by the young woman faintly contained the smell of divine power. I'll kill you. Kay's eyes suddenly turned red. He roared, and his body suddenly changed. Not long after, a huge Beaumont beast weighing more than 10 tons appeared in front of the young woman. Kay, who had transformed into a Beaumont beast, raised his huge fist and punched the mysterious young woman. It was a simple punch. Kay had used his strongest martial skill for this punch. The fist energy broke through the void, and there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. Even the mysterious young woman was slightly moved by the power of this punch. Her eyes were filled with praise. That punch of yours isn't bad. In the early God realm, there's basically no one who can match you. Too bad. Your opponent is me. As the young woman spoke, she slowly raised one of her forearms, and the orange-red energy gathered once again. Although I haven't recovered the full strength of a divine beast, it should be enough to deal with you little bugs. With that said, the young woman's forefinger pointed forward, colliding with Beaumont's giant fist. Bang! Time seemed to stop. Kay felt as if his fist had hit an invisible barrier and was forcibly stopped. No, Can. Kay's eyes widened in disbelief. Go down. The young woman smiled faintly and flicked her finger. Kay felt a heavy blow to his chest, so depressed that he vomited a mouthful of blood. His huge body fell to the ground, slamming into the mountain wall, causing the mountain peak to crumble and debris to fly in all directions. How is this possible? The situation had taken a shocking turn. For a moment, Vivian and the others on the ground were stupefied. An ordinary Sacred Domain expert had become a God Realm expert stronger than Kay and the others by swallowing several God Realm exotic beast magic cores. How could such a thing happen? Could it be that the God Realm exotic beast magic cores really had such an effect? At this moment, all the experts on Noah mainland despaired. On the 18th floor of the planar prison, in a dark and damp tunnel, thousands of people carefully groped their way forward, moving step by step, afraid that they would trigger some mechanism. Bald Mike's shouts kept coming from the front. Hurry up. Hurry up. Don't dilly-dally. Slow down, and I'll beat you to death. His overbearing words made Klein frown. He whispered to Ron, this guy is shouting so loudly. Isn't he afraid of alerting a large number of primordial guards? Ron shook his head helplessly. This guy was in danger, yet he was still so high profile. It was as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know. He was simply courting death. However, the bald man was very strong. Ron and the others could only swallow their anger and let him scold them. After all, the other party was their captain. Strangely enough, no matter how loudly the bald man shouted, not a single one of those primordial guards appeared. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. Something's wrong. Ron and Klein glanced at each other, their eyes filled with doubt. At this moment, Ron felt a throbbing in his chest. He looked down and saw that his telepathy necklace was vibrating again, emitting a soft light. However, Ron, Frigga, R.A., Firth, Undine, and everyone else's telepathy reacted. Seeing everyone's shocked gazes, Ron finally understood that something must have happened on Noah mainland. Ron, what's the matter? Klein asked in a low voice from the crowd. Nothing. Ron shook his head. He didn't plan on telling Klein about what had happened on Noah mainland. Moreover, he didn't know what had happened on Noah mainland. Klein followed the crowd and slowly moved forward. Suddenly, he felt a familiar aura. Klein was stunned. His heart couldn't help but beat wildly, and his expression was full of excitement. It's him. There's no mistake, it's his aura. I finally found it. Klein was so excited that he almost cried out. At this time, Klein quickly took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. He swept his gaze and saw the path leading to another room on the 18th floor. There were countless stone pillars forming a magic formation. It's here. This is the place where Sir Utaris was imprisoned. A glint flashed in Klein's eyes as he warily scanned the people around him. Seeing that no one had noticed him, he was overjoyed. He moved his feet slightly and quietly left the group. With a flash, he transformed into a black fog and disappeared from where he stood. Sir Utaris, I come to welcome you out of prison. Klein couldn't hold back the ecstasy in his heart. After leaving the group, he quickly rushed in the direction of the magic formation. 1 step, 2 steps. Just as he was approaching the magic formation, a huge body suddenly appeared in front of Klein. Klein was startled and immediately stopped, almost bumping into the person. The one who stopped Klein was the domineering bald man, Mike of the surviving adventurers. He had his hands on his hips and looked aggressive as he coldly stared at Klein. What are you doing here? You, seeing that he was about to succeed, who knew that the bald man would ruin his plan. Klein was about to make a move, but soon his clenched fists loosened. It wasn't wise to make a move now. I went in the wrong direction. Klein lowered his head and whispered, "Oh, is that so?" The bald man's tone eased as he pointed behind Klein and said indifferently, "Go back. Don't run around in this Bartlow's prison. It won't be good if you attract a large number of ancient guardians. Whether it's you or us, we'll all be in huge trouble. As long as you follow me, you'll definitely safely reach the planar teleportation point at the bottom of the prison." "Yes, Sir Mike." Klein was filled with hatred, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he humbly bowed and smiled. "May the gods bless you." After saying that, he turned and walked back to the group. Mike looked at Klein's back as he left, and the corner of his mouth revealed an imperceptible sneer. Seeing Klein suddenly disappear and reappear, Ron was a little stunned. "Klein, where did you go? Why couldn't I find you?" At this moment, Klein's face was gloomy, as if he had been forced to eat a fly. He said angrily, "Don't mention it, I don't want to get angry." Seeing Klein's extremely unhappy expression, Ron could only swallow the words that were at the tip of his tongue. After walking for a few minutes in the passage, everyone felt their eyes light up as they arrived at a spacious hall. This hall was extremely large, and it seemed extremely spacious even though it could accommodate thousands of people. The floor of the hall was paved with hard bluestone, and hundreds of magic lamps hung high on the ceiling, emitting bright light. We've finally reached our destination. At this moment, Mike's overbearing voice came from the front, and his tone was full of excitement. "What, we've already arrived?" When everyone heard this, they were stunned for a moment before they were overjoyed. But where was the planar teleportation point? Everyone looked around, anxiously looking for the planar teleportation point. Then it's not a planar teleportation point. Mike grinned and pointed at the door not far away. They saw that the door extended to a long stone bridge that was about a few kilometers long. At the end of the stone bridge, there was a tall, pointed pillar that was constantly rotating, and the top emitted a bright blue light. If that wasn't a planar teleportation point, then what was it? Hooray! A burst of cheers erupted from the crowd, and some people could no longer hold back their excitement as they ran in the direction of the planar teleportation point. "We're here. We're finally here. We can finally go back." Firth and Hao Qin laughed heartily, while Undine and Frigga hugged each other and cried tears of joy. Only Klein's expression was uncertain, and he didn't look very happy. He stared fixedly at the bald man, his eyes full of anger and a trace of fear. "That's great." Ron also waved his fist and shouted to the sky. He grabbed Klein's shoulder and said, "Klein, we can finally go back. We can finally go back." Why do you seem unhappy?" The excited Ron didn't get the response he expected from Klein, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "Is that so?" Klein smiled sadly. "Ron, do you really think we can go back safely? Stop dreaming." Ron was obviously stunned when he heard this. "What's wrong?" Klein looked calmly at Ron and said word by word. Chapter 792. What? Ron was confused. "What did you say? Charge, run, Don't push. After a short cheer, the surviving adventurers rushed forward like floodwaters, afraid that they would fall behind. In an instant, the entire stone bridge was packed with people. Frigga walked over, glanced at Klein, and said softly, "Ron, let's leave as soon as possible." Ron opened his mouth, but before he could reply, a loud and clear voice was heard. "Ha ha! You want to leave just like that?" As he spoke, there was a boom, and the stone at the entrance of the spacious hall collapsed for no reason, blocking everyone's path. In an instant, everyone was stunned, not knowing what had happened. Ron's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and saw that the one who did it was none other than the bald man called Mike. At this moment, he was standing at the top of the hall with his hands behind his back, looking down at everyone with his eagle-like eyes. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a playful smile. This, Sir Mike, what do you mean by this?" An adventurer asked boldly. "Ha! You're leaving just like that? Did you ask me?" The bald man pointed at his own nose and said with a smile that did not look like a smile, "Aren't you going to ask who I am?" Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do. At this moment, an adventurer asked boldly, "Sir Mike, aren't you the captain of us adventurers, the natural leader, Sir Mike? Sir Mike, your glorious deeds are like the sun, illuminating our path forward, dispelling the fog in Bartlow's prison. Yes, you're Sir Mike, the one who led us through the interdimensional teleportation formation. Honorable Sir Mike, you're so great," the adventurers said flatteringly. The path home was right in front of them. Everyone was generous with their praise for Mike. They only had one thought in their minds, and that was to return as soon as possible. Some other adventurers were not so polite. "Sir Mike, you've already completed your mission. Why are you still talking so much nonsense? Get out of the way and let us go back." "That's right. I've had enough of this." Another adventurer was also indignant. "Who do you think you are?" "Ha ha!" The bald man laughed crazily once again. His laughter carried a powerful sound wave, shaking the dust on the roof of the hall and causing it to fall down. At this time, he stopped laughing and said coldly, "Poor guys, it seems that you really don't know who I am." "I know." As soon as the bald man finished speaking, a figure stood out. It was the divine necromancer Klein. "Oh." When the bald man heard this, he was a little surprised. He sized up Klein a few times, and the corner of his mouth still had that playful smile. "So, it's you? The little guy who went the wrong way just now. You know who I am? Not bad." Klein took a deep breath and raised his head slightly. He looked at the bald man and said loudly, "You are the guardian of Bartlow's prison, the ancient dragon Maxwell." "What?" Klein's voice was no less than a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone in an instant. This bald man who had brought them all the way from the 12th floor of Bartlow's prison was actually the guardian of Bartlow's prison. Maxwell? Was this a joke? If this was a joke, then it was not funny at all. Ron looked at Klein's increasingly serious face in astonishment. He knew that Klein was serious. "Ha ha!" The bald man laughed loudly again. He stared at Klein with a trace of admiration in his eyes. At this time, Maxwell smiled and slowly said, "You are indeed a smart little guy. Not bad. You guessed right. I am Maxwell." "What? He's Maxwell?" Once this was said, everyone was shocked. Swish, swish, swish. Countless weapons were drawn from the hands of the adventurers. After knowing the identity of the other party, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. At this time, Ron gasped. He finally understood why this bald man, called Mike, was so familiar with the roads of Bartlow's prison, and why everything had been so smooth since he had followed his team. It had been so smooth that they had not met a single ancient guard, not a single one. There was finally an answer to all of this. He was Maxwell. He was the guardian of the planar prison of Bartlow's, a supreme existence. Although I've guessed your identity, what I don't understand is, why are you doing this? Klein stared at Maxwell. With your strength, you can easily kill all of us. Why? Why did you bring us here? The purpose is very simple. This is just a game. It's too boring to stay in this godforsaken Bartlow's prison. That's why I wanted to have some fun. Maxwell yawned softly. He did not care about the thousands of adventurers at all. He spread out his hands and smiled. But now the game is over. After saying that, Maxwell let out a low roar, and the muscles on his body trembled. Following that, his body expanded like a balloon, and two large, curved horns grew on his head. Gray scales covered his entire body, and the wings on his back spread open. An incomparably ferocious aura was released in an instant, filling the entire space. Not long after, a monster that was 7 or 8 meters tall, covered in black scales, with a pair of wings on his back and 4 legs as thick as an elephant, stood in front of everyone. It looked like a combination of a human's upper body and a dragon's lower body. It looked abnormally strange, but this monster emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. The powerful energy turned into countless white flames. As the flames rose, they formed an extremely powerful aura around Maxwell. Air currents continuously surged in all directions, filling the sky with smoke and dust. The surrounding adventurers were forced to retreat by the powerful energy and aura. The entire Bartlow's prison was shaking, and large cracks spread out on the ground like a spiderweb. Ron's eyes widened. His eyes were first filled with shock, then extreme fear. This was because he could feel the terrifying energy contained within the white flames. The ugly face of Maxwell's ancient dragon form revealed a sinister smile. He stretched out his hand, and with a whoosh, a huge, single-edged saber that was more than 10 meters long appeared in his hand. This abnormally large saber was covered in blood-red flame patterns. "Ha ha! Go and die, lowly worms." Maxwell laughed maniacally and swung the saber in his hand. Boom! The white flames exploded in the crowd like a blooming flower. In just an instant, dozens of people were swallowed by the white flames. "Save me! Run! Lord Maxwell, please spare me." To these adventurers, they were in heaven a moment ago, but in the next moment, they had fallen into hell. Maxwell stepped into the crowd and waved his saber, wantonly killing. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. The frightened people scattered in all directions, and the scene was chaotic. Some people were so frightened that they knelt down and kept begging for mercy. Some people were already scared stiff, standing on the spot and trembling, unable to even speak. Divine power? He's using divine power? Undine said in horror. Although she was still a long distance away from Maxwell, she could clearly feel her body trembling at this moment. It's not just divine power. The corners of Klein's mouth revealed a bitter smile. The guardian of Bartolo's prison, the ancient dragon, Maxwell, is a god himself. Why would he need to borrow the power of a god? God? Ron and the others were stunned. They understood from Klein that the guardian of Bartolo's prison was an extremely terrifying powerhouse, but they did not expect ancient dragon Maxwell to be a god. Gods were also known as gods. In the legends of the various major dimensions, gods were supreme existences. Their dignity could not be blasphemed. Divine power was the power of gods. Mortals could borrow it, but they could not possess it. This included Ron and Klein. The divine power of death that they had used before did not belong to them. Whether one truly possessed divine power was the most important sign that distinguished gods from mortals. The strength of mortals could only reach the peak of the divine realm, but the difference between the peak of the divine realm and a true god was like heaven and earth. The primordial dragon in front of them was a deity, or rather, a divine beast. In front of this terrifyingly powerful supreme divine beast, all the powerhouses in the divine territory had lost their will to resist. They either screamed and fled, or knelt down and begged for mercy. Unfortunately, the ferocious Maxwell was unmoved. He continued to slash at them like he was chopping vegetables. Those cowardly adventurers who had given up resistance instantly fell into a pool of blood. The origin of the bloody flame broadsword in Maxwell's hand was not ordinary. It was a true divine weapon. Every time he killed an adventurer, the broadsword would absorb the life essence of that adventurer. As the massacre unfolded, more and more life essence entered the broadsword. The bloody flame on the blade began to flow, making people feel as if the broadsword was alive. It was a one-sided massacre. With the terrifying might and power of a god, there was no suspense in killing these powerhouses of the divine realm who had not even reached the peak of the divine realm. The entire hall turned into a slaughterhouse. The thousands of adventurers were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, trembling under Maxwell's tyrannical might. They did not even have the courage to resist. The blazing flames illuminated Maxwell's ugly and ferocious face. At this moment, his face was filled with the pleasure of killing. The days of guarding the Bartlow's prison were too boring. It was so boring that he had to find a way to have some fun. He had to bring these exhausted and pitiful adventurers who had been forced to break into the Bartlow's prison to the last planar teleportation formation in the entire banished land. He would then personally extinguish the hope that had just been ignited in them and enjoy their expressions of extreme surprise, turning into extreme fear. This was one of the most fun things he could think of. Some adventurers tried to rush out of the hall while Maxwell was wantonly slaughtering. They had just broken through the hole when they were discovered by Maxwell. Ha ha! Trying to escape? Stop dreaming. There has never been a precedent of anyone escaping from the planar prison of Bartlow's. You lowly worms die. Maxwell laughed maniacally, his hand holding the single-edged broadsword slightly raised, and a white halo suddenly spread out, enveloping everyone in an instant. Not good. He opened his domain. The exit has been sealed. We're finished. Chapter 793. The hall was like a slaughterhouse, covered with bloodstains. All escape routes had been completely sealed off. The adventurers were wailing in despair, while the ancient dragon, Maxwell, mercilessly waved his single-edged broadsword, wantonly reaping the lives of these innocent adventurers. The scene was extremely bloody. Ron, what do we do now? Frigga looked at the scene in front of her in horror, her voice trembling as she asked. Not only her, but even R.A. Firth, Hao Qin, and the others had turned pale. Ron's clenched fists were trembling slightly, and his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. The power of a god was too terrifying. Killing these adventurers who only had the strength of the divine realm was like killing chickens. Now that things have come to this, there's no other way. Ron gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the few powerhouses from the continent of Noah, and said word by word, "Let's fight." Fight! Ron's words were like a thunderbolt, sweeping away the haze in everyone's hearts and illuminating the path before them. For a moment, the fighting spirit in everyone's hearts burned fiercely. All right, let's go together and kill him. R.A. Firth was the first to respond, his face full of anger. That's right. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Hao Qin also said. He raised his eyebrows and raised the fist in his hand. At this moment, his heart was surging, as if his innate courage had once again returned to this Beaumont. R.A. Firth and Hao Qin both rubbed their fists. Even the two females from the Noah team, Fairy Dragon Frigga and Nature, High Priestess Undine, were ready for battle. You guys, Klein at the side opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. He then shook his head, revealing a bitter smile. It's useless. You don't know how powerful the ancient dragon Maxwell is. He's a god. It's a true god. Mortals like us can't possibly fight against a god. R.A., Firth, and the others glanced at him but didn't say anything. Klein could feel the contempt in their eyes. These gazes of contempt were like sharp swords, deeply stabbing Klein's self-esteem. For a moment, he felt that he was a coward in everyone's eyes. At this time, Klein felt someone pat his shoulder. He looked back and saw that it was Ron. If one day you're destined to die, would you rather die in battle, or would you rather kneel down and let the enemy cut off your head in humiliation? Ron smiled kindly and slowly said, Of course, everyone has their own choice. But for me, I prefer the former. Hearing Ron's words, Klein stood there in a daze. He looked at Ron as if he was looking at a stranger. Ron smiled and took a step forward, taking out the dragon bone staff from his spatial bag. At this moment, his eyes were burning with fighting spirit as he spoke in a clear voice. Today, even if I die in battle, I'll make this guy pay a huge price. Ron's tone was full of determination, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand, and a huge amount of soul force crazily condensed. At this time, his feet became light, and his figure slowly rose into the air. Kill! 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 At this moment, Maxwell was like an indestructible tank. Wherever he went, corpses were strewn everywhere. The adventurers were crying for their parents, kneeling on the ground, and begging for mercy. Boom! At this time, a sudden loud sound exploded from Maxwell's body, and a powerful force instantly spread out, filling the entire space. In an instant, the entire hall was silent, and not a sound could be heard. At this moment, all the adventurers were stunned, and their faces were filled with extreme shock. Who had the guts to actually attack the guardian beast of hell? Maxwell? The ancient dragon, Maxwell, stopped and had a blank look on his face. Although the attack this time did not injure him, it had landed on his body. This was the first time in the history of Bartlow's prison that someone had attacked the guardian of the prison, Maxwell. This was a provocation towards him, the guardian beast of Bartlow's prison. Maxwell turned his head and coincidentally met Ron's gaze. At this moment, Ron was holding the white bone spear in his hand, and his expression was as calm as water. "You're the one who hit me?" Maxwell looked at this unfamiliar face that was different from Klein's, and his face was filled with shock. From the other party's clothes, he could tell that he was also a necromancer. "That's right." Ron's expression sank. "I'm going to kill you. What? You're going to kill me?" Maxwell was slightly moved, and when he finally understood what Ron meant, he could not help but laugh maniacally. "Ah, you said you're going to kill me? Ha ha! With just you and undead? Ha ha! I'm dying of laughter." Ron did not laugh, and he slowly raised the white bone spear in his hand. Black fog appeared on his body, and a powerful soul force condensed once more. "What? That undead? He said he's going to kill Maxwell? Is he sure he's not joking? How? How is this possible? Maxwell is a true divine beast, and that fellow is only a god-level powerhouse. How is this possible? Who is this necromancer?" After a short moment of shock, the adventurers who were still in shock began to whisper. No matter what, everyone admired Ron for daring to challenge Maxwell. "Lunatic, he's a lunatic." Klein's hands and feet were trembling. He could not understand Ron's courage no matter what. This was clearly an act of seeking death. "Very good, very good." Maxwell laughed until tears came out his eyes. At this moment, he slowly raised his single-edged broadsword and said to Ron, "No matter who you are, I have a whole new level of respect for your courage." But it's a pity. Heroes often have to pay a price. After saying that, the broadsword in his hand slashed downwards. In an instant, a bright light green blade appeared and attacked Ron like a whirlwind. "Ron, be careful. Kid, dodge quickly." In an instant, all the adventurers cried out in alarm. Their hearts clenched as they worried for Ron's safety. Ron's nerves were already stretched taut. The moment Maxwell moved, he had already activated a defensive skill. Death protection. Swish, swish, swish. In the large amount of black fog, countless eerie white bones stretched out, tightly wrapping Ron inside like armor. Boom! The light green blade hit Ron. The two forces collided, and the powerful impact spread in all directions. Rumble, the whole hall shook, and everyone could not stand steadily. The impact even swept some of the weaker adventurers into the air. But where was Ron? Everyone was anxious. In the billowing smoke, they anxiously searched for Ron's figure. "This brave little guy, please don't die." The smoke began to dissipate, revealing the scene inside. They saw that the death protection that wrapped Ron had a large hole in it. Ron was inside, but he was safe and sound. Hooray! The crowd burst into cheers. In an instant, Ron's image was raised infinitely, and he became a hero in everyone's hearts. a rebel who faced death with equanimity, a necromancer who dared to face the gods. The few powerhouses in the divine realm of Noah continent looked at each other, and only then did they heave a sigh of relief at the same time. Ron knew his own difficulties. He had only barely blocked Maxwell's attack. Even so, he still felt his chest tighten. In the impact, just now, he had unavoidably been injured. The power of a casual attack from a god was actually so terrifying. Then, would he still be able to block the opponent's next attack? Ron felt goosebumps. When he really stood in front of the ancient dragon, Maxwell, he realized how terrifying his opponent's strength was. That casual attack was filled with extremely strong destructive power and could even break through a domain. This was a god, a true god. In front of a god, the strength of a mortal was so laughable. He actually blocked it. Ron's strength was so strong that even the ancient dragon Maxwell was surprised. He grinned. Not bad, you do have some strength. This is more interesting. Maxwell let out a low roar. His figure paused and suddenly pounced towards Ron. His huge limbs stepped on the ground, and every step he took forward left a deep footprint on the hard bluestone floor. Quick, protect Ron. Let's go together. The powerhouses in Noah's team also made their move at this time. Roar. With a loud roar that shook people's hearts, Firth and Beaumont both began to transform. Not long after, a huge dark dragon weighing dozens of tons and a huge beast like Beaumont appeared in the slaughterhouse-like hall. Although the hall was large, the huge dark dragon and Beaumont's bodies almost reached the ceiling of the hall. Frigga also transformed into a petite fairy dragon. Undine also took out her weapon, a dark green staff, and began to chant in a low voice. Lightning descend. Frigga acted the fastest. She did not chant any incantations, and countless lightning bolts descended from the sky, forming a terrifying lightning field on the ground. Firth breathed out a strong, corrosive dark dragon breath, which poured onto the primordious dragon's body. Beaumont's huge beast Houchin also quickly followed. He stretched out his fist and fiercely smashed it on the ground, displaying the profound meaning of strength, shockwave. Noah's team launched an attack on the divine beast guarding Bartlos' prison, the primordious dragon Maxwell. Boom, boom, boom. The concentrated attacks fell like raindrops, and terrifying explosions kept coming from Maxwell's side. Not long after, the smoke and dust that filled the sky completely engulfed his body. Good job. Kill him. Let's fight it out with him. The attacks of Noah's team greatly boosted everyone's fighting spirit and aroused the fighting spirit hidden in everyone's hearts. The fighting spirit burned fiercely and defeated cowardice and fear. All the adventurers picked up their weapons and joined the resistance camp. How can this be? Klein did not expect the scene in front of him. He did not expect that under the leadership of Ron, the powerhouses of the divine realm, who were like lambs, would charge at a god. And all of this was brought about by Ron. Without him taking the initiative to resist, the adventurers would not even have the courage to hold their weapons firmly. Chapter 794. Under Ron's lead, thousands of adventurers joined forces to resist. This caught Maxwell off guard, and the sudden attack stunned him. Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk faced with the godlike Maxwell, the adventurers' eyes turned red. They used almost all of their strength, and concentrated attacks poured down like raindrops. Countless magic bullets, arrows, and all sorts of long-range attacks exploded on Maxwell's body, and the powerful shockwaves almost overturned the entire hall. Klein stood there in a daze. The words that Ron had said to him kept echoing in his mind. Are you willing to die standing, or are you willing to live kneeling? A cry from the bottom of your heart, just to wake up a few people. Why not die if I don't resist? The only difference is whether I die earlier or later. Is it worth it to kneel to the enemy just to extend my life by a few minutes? Klein kept thinking. At this moment, there was finally a change in his expression. The cowardly expression from before had long disappeared. and was replaced by a determined expression. Confidence and fighting spirit seemed to have returned to him. Ron, this fellow, still can't stop worrying. Klein smiled bitterly. At this moment, there was a swoosh, and a black object appeared in his palm. Looks like it's time to use it now. Klein muttered to himself, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. In this world, all living creatures would explode with twice or even several times their combat power when they were forced into a desperate situation. This was no longer something that could be explained by theory. The situation before their eyes was the best explanation. However, in the natural world, could a herd of docile sheep defeat a ferocious lion with the advantage of numbers? The answer was no. At this moment, there was a boom, and a green wave of light repelled all the attacks. Immediately after, a thunderous roar made everyone's ears ring. Ha ha! You weak dregs! You want to defeat the greatest guardian in the history of Bartlow's prison with this bit of power? You're too naive. Maxwell leaped with his forelegs, and his huge body rose up quickly, leaving his original position. Then, with a boom, he landed heavily on the ground. The cruel, ferocious, and terrifying ancient W.R.M. Maxwell appeared once again. His appearance was accompanied by a suffocating aura and that ugly, ferocious smile. The most frightening thing was that Maxwell did not even have a scratch on his body after that terrifying wave of attacks. How is this possible? The reality before their eyes made all the adventurers feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. At this moment, they truly felt the arrival of death. Maxwell's strength was too terrifying, so terrifying that no one could match him. At the very least, it wasn't something that God Realm experts like them could defeat. According to legends, only another God Realm expert could defeat a God Realm expert. All of you, go to hell. The attack just now had completely infuriated Maxwell. He waved his single-edged machete and crazily slashed at the adventurers like he was chopping vegetables. For a moment, the nightmare played out again. Run, don't kill me, save me. Under Maxwell's attack, the adventurers scattered in all directions. The confidence that they had just built up crumbled like sand. 1, 2, 3. Large batches of adventurers fell into pools of blood. Every time Maxwell waved his machete, one or several adventurers would lose their lives. In just a few breaths, hundreds of adventurers had died. At this moment, Maxwell's body was covered in blood, and he looked like a killing god. However, this blood belonged to the adventurers, and he had not been injured from beginning to end. We can't let this go on. Ron clenched his teeth and waved his dragon bone staff, chanting an incantation. Come out, Skeleton Emperor. The summoning space array kept changing, and under everyone's astonished gazes, the huge Skeleton Emperor's body slowly descended. No, not just one, but 3. The arrival of 3 Skeleton Emperors brought with them a dense aura of death. It was said that every Skeleton Emperor was a powerful king when they were alive. Their subordinates were powerful armies that could fight well. Wherever the army pointed, millions of corpses would fall. At this time, the 3 Skeleton Emperors cast a summoning spell under Ron's instructions. Countless disgusting undead creatures were summoned and crazily attacked Maxwell. It's you. After killing a few undead creatures, Maxwell quickly felt that something was wrong. He casually glanced around and quickly found Ron hiding at the side. He was also the first necromancer to take the initiative to resist him. Maxwell was surprised by Ron's youth and his strength that did not match his age. At this moment, he smiled slightly. Very good, interesting little guy. Since you're looking for death, then don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, he raised his single-edged machete and approached Ron like an iron tower. Ron was shocked. Skeleton Emperor, stop him from me. You think you can stop me with these skeletons? What a joke. Maxwell growled and waved his machete. Swish, swish, swish. With a few casual attacks, he chopped the Skeleton Emperors into pieces. Ron was stunned. He felt fear surging from the bottom of his heart. Now it's your turn. Looking at Ron, who was no longer protected by the skeletons, Maxwell laughed sinisterly. He waved his machete and fiercely slashed at Ron. Ron, Firth and the others cried out in alarm. He roared and pounced at Maxwell. Maxwell laughed sinisterly. "Since you're in such a hurry to die, then I'll start with you." With that said, the blade turned and slashed at La Firth, who was in the air. The single-edged machete raised a wave of blade and left a mark on the hard bluestone floor. Boom! After being hit by Maxwell, La Firth let out a wail. His huge body fell heavily, and smoke and dust billowed. From his chest to his abdomen, a long gash was cut open, and blood splattered everywhere. La Firth, Hao Qin, who had transformed into Beaumont, glared fiercely at Maxwell. His eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. "I'll fight it out with you," Hao Qin roared. He quickly rushed up, raised his fist, and used all the strength in his body, fiercely punched out. Shockwave, bang! While Maxwell was distracted, Hao Qin heavily punched him in the chest, making a dull sound. What? At this time, Hao Qin's eyes suddenly opened wide. He felt as if his punch had hit an iron plate. The rebound caused his fist to hurt. Maxwell, on the other hand, was unscathed. What kind of defense was this? Hao Qin knew how powerful his punch was. Even La Firth did not dare to take his punch head-on, but this Maxwell did not even move. Could this be the power of a god? Thinking of this, a hint of sorrow flashed in Hao Qin's eyes. The difference between a god's power and a mortal's was too great. Maxwell grinned. "Now it's my turn." After saying that, he suddenly punched out and heavily hit Hao Qin's stomach. Bang! Hao Qin didn't make a sound. The huge behemoth body was sent flying and heavily crashed into a thick stone pillar in the hall. After crashing into the stone pillar, it still had a lean back. After crashing into several pillars in a row, it fell to the ground. After struggling for a while, it seemed that it couldn't move anymore. Hao Qin, Lord Hao Qin, Noah's team cried out in alarm. Nature's high priestess Undine and fairy dragon Frigga were so shocked that their faces turned pale. Their bodies trembled, and they could not move. Maxwell's ferocity and tyranny had already scared them out of their wits. "You'd better worry more about yourself." Necromancer boy. After clearing many obstacles, Maxwell said to Ron. As he spoke, the weapon in his hand was already greeting Ron. The single-edged broadsword mixed with divine power made a rumbling sound. "It's over." Without the protection of undead creatures, a necromancer's life was as fragile as a piece of paper. At this moment, Ron closed his eyes and waited for death in despair. "Stop!" At this moment, a shout came from not far away, stopping Maxwell's attack on Ron. Maxwell stopped what he was doing and frowned. "It's you? What do you want now?" Ron was lucky to have kept his life. He widened his eyes in shock, only to see that Klein had stood up at some point. He was holding a black stick in his hand and laughing coldly. "Maxwell, take a look at what this is." As he spoke, he stretched out the thing in his hand. Klein was holding something that was about a foot long. It was completely black and looked like a spear or an arrow. The front end was sharp and the back was flat. It was engraved with complicated and mysterious patterns, and the black gem on top was dazzling. This is Maxwell's heart skipped a beat. He only felt that the thing in the other party's hand was somewhat familiar, as if it was something that could threaten him. God-slaying arrow? Maxwell cried out in surprise. He did not expect the other party to have a god-slaying arrow. How did you get this thing?" The god-slaying arrow in Klein's hand was a real divine weapon. The power of this divine weapon was said to be able to kill gods. Because of this, the god-slaying arrow was extremely precious. Even in the main plane, it was something that money might not be able to buy. What was different from ordinary divine weapons was that the god-slaying arrow was a one-time use item. It only needed to be used once, and this priceless divine weapon would no longer exist. Before coming to Bartlow's prison, Klein had obtained a god-slaying arrow through various means. This was also the biggest reason why he dared to break into Bartlow's prison. This god-slaying arrow was specially used to deal with Maxwell. At this moment, Klein finally decided to use it. Klein's body rose higher and higher. A trace of death god energy flowed out from his hand and slowly wrapped around the god-slaying arrow. The god-slaying arrow frantically absorbed the death god energy, and its dark body became brighter and brighter. The god-slaying arrow was a divine weapon and could only be driven by divine energy. Any type of divine energy could be used, and ordinary energy was useless against the god-slaying arrow. A strong aura of death filled the entire space. At this moment, Klein had already risen into the air, his body transformed into a skeleton-like death god. He grinned maliciously, revealing sharp fangs in his mouth. No, no. Maxwell finally panicked. He desperately waved his hands. You stop. Little guys. Everything can be discussed. It's too late. Klein's gaze was cold. Maxwell, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Chapter 795. Get down. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the god-slaying arrow shot towards Maxwell at lightning speed. In an instant, there was a loud boom, and the heavens and earth shook. In the center of the circle where Maxwell was standing, a huge shockwave spread outwards like a huge storm. Everywhere it went, everything was destroyed. The adventurers all retreated, and even Ron was no exception. He forcefully put up a defensive skill, but he was forced back hundreds of meters. The powerful divine power spread in all directions, and in just a few minutes, the originally sturdy hall began to collapse after the storm. It was a mess. The collapsed hall turned into ruins, and only a few stone pillars still stood proudly. The adventurers were buried under the ruins. Crash! Finally, someone quietly poked their head out from the ruins and scanned the surroundings with frightened eyes. Is he dead? Ron asked. He's dead, Klein said with certainty, standing on a tall stone pillar with a cold and arrogant expression. Klein had reason to be confident. The god-slaying arrow was a true divine weapon. The power of a divine weapon coupled with divine power was not inferior to a god's full-strength attack. Under such a terrifying attack, even a god would not have a chance to survive. Is that so? At this moment, the sudden voice made everyone's hair stand on end. It was unknown when Maxwell had stood up, but his bell-like eyes were glaring at him. There was a bone-chilling coldness in his eyes. Unfortunately, I've disappointed you what? Klein's pupil shrank, and he stared at the ferocious Maxwell in disbelief. At this moment, he could not believe his eyes. What? He's not dead? Everyone was shocked, and then fear surged in their hearts again. In reality, the god-slaying arrow that Klein had used divine power of death to drive had caused Maxwell some damage. At this moment, his left chest was badly mutilated, revealing a bowl-sized wound. The flesh on the wound kept squirming, looking extremely terrifying. Klein took a step back in shock, his face pale, and his teeth chattering uncontrollably. How is this possible? Maxwell's face was filled with malevolence. His entire body was trembling, and his chest was heaving up and down. It was obvious that he was extremely furious. Maxwell's anger did not come from his injuries, but from his dignity. A high and mighty deity had actually been injured by someone who only had the strength of a divine realm. This was no less than a direct slap to his face. This was the greatest humiliation he had ever experienced since he was born. The god-slaying arrow was indeed a divine weapon that could kill Maxwell, but Klein seemed to have made a mistake. He had used far too little divine energy. He had only infused a sliver of death energy into the god-slaying arrow, and that amount of energy could only injure Maxwell, but it was far from enough to kill him. At this moment, Maxwell slowly raised his head, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. He slowly raised his single-edged broadsword, and a green light instantly condensed. This broadsword's target was Klein. The green light from the broadsword turned into a crescent moon, and like a whirlwind, it shot towards Klein. With a loud boom, Klein's body flew out like a kite with a broken string and landed heavily on the ground. Klein crawled up with difficulty and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at his injuries and could not help but smile bitterly. Half of his body was badly mutilated, and one of his arms had flown off to who knows where. If he had not used a defensive skill to block it, he would have been dead by now. "Klein, are you all right?" Ron's spiritual sense was transmitted to his ear, and his tone was filled with concern. "I'm fine, I won't die yet." Klein's heart warmed as he replied. At this moment, he sighed, "But it's a pity. We're still going to die." At this moment, Maxwell took a step forward, the muscles on his face trembling in anger. How dare you injure me? You're all going to die. All of you are going to die." Maxwell's anger exploded in an instant, and at this moment, a huge green light suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire space. Green fire purgatory. In his rage, Maxwell used the god's domain. It was the same as the domain used by a divine realm expert. The difference was that this was a domain used by a god, and its power was much more terrifying than an ordinary god's domain. Not good. He used the god's domain. An adventurer cried out in alarm. "We're finished," another adventurer said, his face full of despair. The moment the green light came into contact with the human body, it burned fiercely like a flame. Within the range of the god's domain, none of the adventurers were spared. The scorching green flames kept burning their bodies, making them feel as if they were in hell. The temperature of these green flames was extremely high, and the most terrifying thing was that these green flames could not be extinguished no matter what method was used. They could only use their own strength to resist, and when all their strength was used up, death would come. All the adventurers were burned to the point of rolling on the ground, crying out in pain. The weaker ones were instantly swallowed up by the green flames. "Ha ha! Not only am I going to kill you, I'm going to make you suffer endless torture before you die." Maxwell laughed loudly. He wanted to torture these innocent adventurers to vent the hatred in his heart. Ron clenched his teeth, enduring the attack of the green flames. He looked on helplessly as the adventurers beside him struggled, howled, and died in extreme pain, turning into scorched earth in a short while. At this moment, Ron saw Klein. He was also holding on with his strong willpower. At this moment, his crippled limbs were constantly wriggling, occasionally letting out faint moans. It could be seen that he was also enduring extreme pain. Is this our final fate? A trace of sorrow flashed through Ron's heart. Gradually, the scene in front of his eyes became blurry, and he felt his soul force fading quickly. There was not much left. At this moment, he slowly closed his eyes. Ron, are you all right?" At this moment, Ron's mind transmitted a weak spiritual sense. He frowned. Why was this voice so familiar? "It's Frigga. You're not dead yet?" Ron finally recognized the source of this voice, but he could no longer open his eyes, nor did he have any strength to reply. However, Frigga's spiritual sense continued to transmit. "Ron, actually, I have a lot to say to you. I'm afraid that after today, I won't have the chance to say it anymore. Ron, you should know that since I was young, I was engaged to you, right?" "That's right. This is absolutely true. But when I gradually grew up and understood the huge gap between the human race and the dragon race, my heart slowly changed. Although I didn't say it, in fact, I had already abandoned this engagement. Not only that, I even used this engagement to reject other suitors. This brought you a lot of trouble. I know I'm very selfish, but, Ron, I'm sorry." The spiritual sense transmitted to his mind was intermittent. It could be seen that the owner of the spiritual sense was also suffering. Ron's heart violently beat. He didn't know Frigga's specific location. He quietly lay on the ground, enduring the attack of the green fire. But at this moment, he still didn't understand why Frigga would tell him this. At this moment, Frigga's spiritual sense transmitted again. "I regret it very much. Really, Ron? Since I met you, your shadow always appeared in my mind. After knowing that you were married, I often felt inexplicably lost. Turns out I couldn't deceive myself. Maybe this is love. Fate is really wonderful, Ron. I love you." Frigga's voice slowly lowered. After she said this sentence, there was no more sound. Frigga! Ron was anxious. He shouted loudly, but there was no response from the spiritual sense he transmitted. Frigga. On Ron's cheeks, bean-sized tears slowly flowed down. Strong anger filled Ron's chest. His heart violently beat. Now he only had one thought left, and that was to avenge Frigga. I'm going to fight it out with him. However, there was only one thought left in Ron's mind. But at this moment, he didn't have any strength left. The green fire corroded his muscles, revealing his white bones everywhere. Besides his body, the green fire was also burning his soul. Under the attack of the green fire, Ron's spiritual sense began to collapse. Chapter 796. Boom! Ron felt a boom in his head, and then his mind went blank. Then, countless illusions appeared in front of his eyes, one after another. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and countless skeletons piled up. The sky was gray and chaotic. This was a dream. Ron's first reaction was that he had entered a dream again. However, ever since Lord Noah had presented the events from 100,000 years ago to him, Ron had not entered this dream again. But why was this dream appearing now? Ron could not understand. No, this was not the same dream. Ron's heart skipped a beat. Only now did he understand that this was clearly two dreams. One dream was to reveal to Ron the scene of the Scourge Church's destruction 100,000 years ago, and Ron did not know what the other dream revealed. However, Ron was certain that these dreams and everything came from the ring on his finger, the soul ring. Ever since he obtained this ring, Ron would have some inexplicable dreams. This ring was accidentally obtained by Grandpa Ron, and even the ring's true owner, Grandpa Homelin, did not know its origins. What is this? Ron, who was in the midst of chaos, took a few deep breaths and immediately felt refreshed. His entire body shook. He did not know that he was breathing in something called death energy. This death energy was very beneficial to necromancers. Ron only breathed for a while and felt that his strength had increased by several levels. Every pore on his body seemed to overflow with power. Ron immediately stopped absorbing the death energy. He sat down and began to digest the death energy that he had absorbed into his body. If he did not do so, Ron might be burst by this powerful force. The human body was like a container, and so was the soul. When one absorbed too much that did not belong to them, the body would explode. At this time, Ron suddenly thought of something. He extended his hand, and with a whoosh, a small black thread appeared in his palm, gently pulsing. Ron's eyes suddenly opened wide. Obviously, he recognized the thing in his hand. It was the divine energy of death that he hadn't seen in a long time. What's going on? Why would the divine energy of death appear here? Ron stared at the divine energy of death in his hand, dumbfounded. At this moment, he seemed to have comprehended something. According to what Klein said, the so-called divine power is the law, and the law is the realm. Now that I am in this realm, I can produce divine power. Ron lowered his head and looked at the divine power of death in his hand. This is the power of laws. The laws were the power that governed the operation of the world. Heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, life, death, and so on all had their own operation methods. It was these various operation methods that were put together to form the entire world. Gods, on the other hand, were people who controlled certain laws between heaven and earth. No, perhaps they couldn't be called people because they were another kind of life form, a more noble life form. Even a magic beast, after controlling the power of laws, would be different from ordinary magic beasts, becoming a legendary divine beast. And what Ron could control was one of the laws between heaven and earth, the law of death. A life form, from birth to death, was a natural process of evolution. Once one grasped the laws of this process, they would naturally grasp the essence of the power of death. Ron held the divine energy of death in his hand, and the fighting spirit that came from the bottom of his heart once again burned fiercely. He wanted to take revenge for Frigga. Maxwell's mouth had a trace of a cruel smile. He looked at those adventurers desperately struggling in the cyan fire purgatory, and his heart was filled with the joy of revenge. At this moment, Maxwell frowned. He saw a figure that wasn't very tall, slowly standing up from the ruins. It was Ron. His body was burning with green flames, and the flames had already corroded most of his body, revealing his eerie white bones. From afar, he looked like a skeleton. How is this possible? This necromancer can still stand up? Maxwell's eyes widened, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. At this moment, Klein regained some consciousness. He raised his head and could not help but be shocked when he saw Ron's figure. How is this possible? Ron, he still has power? I'm going to kill you. Ron seemed to slowly raise his head and said word by word. His eyes were green, and his face was filled with a sinister smile. He looked very crazy. You? When Maxwell heard this, he could not help but laugh involuntarily. It's not that I'm looking down on you, little necromancer. Even if you cultivate for 1,000 years, it'll be very impressive if you can reach half my strength, Maxwell said with a faint smile, and a trace of contempt appeared in his eyes. Ron chuckled a few times, but did not reply. At this moment, he slowly raised his right hand, and not long after, a green ball of air began to condense. What? Maxwell's expression finally changed. He noticed that the power emitted from the other party's body was actually the divine energy of death. A bone spear appeared in Ron's hand. This bone spear was infused with a large amount of divine power of death. An ordinary bone spear underwent a complete transformation under the infusion of divine power of death. That's right. It was the spear of death. Ron laughed sinisterly, and the spear of death was suddenly thrown out. Boom! The divine energy of death and Maxwell's collided, and for a moment, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Divine energy burned the horizon, forming a huge energy vortex. Death coil. Ron's hands constantly changed as he chanted an incantation, and another green ball of air instantly formed. The death coil that was filled with the divine energy of death was even more terrifying. Countless skeletons were released, screaming and wailing in the air, as if they wanted to devour all living creatures. Countless flying skeletons quickly gathered, and at the same time, they were like thousands of threads that wrapped around Maxwell. The death coil that was filled with the divine energy of death was 100 times stronger than before. Damn it! It's actually a soul attack. Maxwell cursed as he used his divine energy to disperse Ron's soul coil. The two exchanged several hundred moves, but Ron did not back down. His divine energy seemed endless, and every skill he used was filled with a large amount of divine energy. In Maxwell's eyes, Ron was like a god of death who could use the divine energy of death. Even if he was a God Realm expert who could use divine energy was an existence that could not be underestimated. After the battle between Maxwell and Ron began, the green flames purgatory stopped, and the green flames around the adventurers disappeared, giving them a chance to catch their breath. What's going on? How can Ron have so much divine energy of death? Could it be? Watching Ron's performance, Klein was shocked. To be able to use the divine energy of death so skillfully, this showed that Ron had already reached a certain realm. Although his strength was still at mid-level God realm, his realm was infinitely close to that of a god, and was called the demigod realm. Experts at this realm could even defeat peak God realm experts. So that's how it is. He has already entered the demigod realm. If he encountered that green-clothed warden again, he would no longer be Ron's opponent. Increasing one's strength was not an easy matter, but increasing one's realm was even more difficult. With Ron's age, he could definitely be called a genius. Who would have thought that Ron had also reached this realm? Klein sighed, then shook his head. Unfortunately, this realm is unable to fight against Maxwell. Absolutely impossible. In Klein's eyes, although Ron had grasped a portion of the law of death, this law of death was incomplete. Facing a true god like Maxwell, defeat was only a matter of time. I'm going to kill him, Ron desperately used all of his strength and launched an attack on Maxwell without any regard for the consequences. The divine power of death was unleashed as if it was free. After the initial panic, Maxwell gradually calmed down and began a counterattack. Ron's body was severely injured, and even his bones were exposed. He was barely holding on with one breath. At this time, Ron began to panic. Even if he could use the divine energy of death, his injured body could not hold on for much longer. If his body could not hold on, then what was the use of having strength? Damn it, I'll fight it out with him. Ron's figure suddenly leaped into the air, both hands stretched out, his mouth chanting an incantation. At this moment, he was going to fight with his life on the line. A huge black hand covered the sky, carrying a powerful divine energy aura. It was as if a demon god had descended, its power terrifying. Rumble. The entire space began to vibrate, accompanied by an ear-piercing sound. Within the shadow of the hand, black gas continued to spread. This black gas was extremely corrosive. No matter what it was, once it came into contact with the black gas, it would instantly turn into meat powder. "Come on!" Maxwell shouted loudly. He swung his single-edged broadsword in a circle, and then a green blade of light suddenly swung out. "Break for me!" Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound. Under Maxwell's green saber light, Ron's death hand quickly melted. Not good. Klein's heart sank. At this moment, he knew that Ron was finished. The powerful force rebounded onto Ron, and Ron only felt a sweet taste in his throat. Puffed! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his thin and weak body fell straight down. Although Ron had broken through, he only had the strength of a demigod. Although he could not defeat Maxwell, he had still made him go through some twists and turns. This guy is really troublesome. After taking care of Ron, Maxwell smiled and strode forward. Every step he took caused the ground to shake. What do I do? At this moment, Klein was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. His eyes swept around, and at this moment, his heart skipped a beat as he saw something familiar. Got it. Klein was delighted. He glanced at Maxwell, gritted his teeth, and with a punk, his body turned into a cloud of black mist and disappeared. Maxwell's back was facing Klein, so he did not see Klein's actions. At this moment, Maxwell had already walked to Ron's side and calmly looked at Ron, who had fallen to the ground. Although Ron's injuries were serious, he was not dead yet. He slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with stubbornness. Maxwell smiled. Although you are very strong, you are far from being my match. To be able to fight me to this extent is enough for you to be proud. With that, he paused and slowly raised the broadsword in his hand. Now go to hell. Stop. A shout came from not far away. On the other side of the hall, Klein's body was tightly pressed against the wall. At this moment, his clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in wounds. He looked very miserable, but his right hand was pressing on a protruding, semicircular mechanism on the wall. His eyes were fixed on Maxwell, revealing a trace of madness. Maxwell, what do you think this is? What? Maxwell was stunned. He turned around and glanced at Klein. Then, his gaze fell on the mechanism that Klein's right hand was pressing on, and his expression changed drastically. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.